A very good morning to one and all as we welcome you here to the UE Spec in St. Augustine, where we've had a slight delay in proceedings here. As you can see, the covers are on the pitch at the moment, or just off the pitch. They were on for a while because we had a shower this morning. Not the heaviest of showers, but good enough to force the groundsmen to have to wait before they could actually remove the covers. And as you can see, the mopping up operations are taking place. The wicket is fine. There might just be a few spots off the wicket that might need their attention, but other than that, everything seems to be in ship shape. The ground is nice and dry and in excellent condition. And once they get the covers off and they do the markings and I suppose complete the rolling exercise, we would be able to have play at about 10:30. So we're going to have a half hour or so delay in play, and the players now are going to take this opportunity to get in their warm-up, their regular warm-up routines, and then get ready to do battle. As it stands, the combined campuses and colleges, 72 without loss, and that just kind of gives them a little bit of hope to dream about the possibilities of maybe getting a victory, an unlikely victory at that. Remember, the target is 386. They're a long way away from that, but like I said, that 72 without loss certainly gives them hope, and they would come this morning, of course, expecting to do great things today. On the converse, the West Indies Academy, they will be thinking, well, forget yesterday and let's focus on today and see how best we can maybe slice through this batting order and complete a victory. They already have a victory under their belts. CCC, they're looking for their first one. So still a lot to play for these two teams. A lot of developing young talent, and every opportunity they get to play, I'm sure they'll want to try to impress the selectors and put their names out there as standout players and players for the future. So Domel Evelyn will resume in 17. Kamil Puran is 49. It's 72 without loss. They're still 314 runs away from their victory. It means they have 10 wickets, and it also means the academy will try to get 10 wickets done. Already they have shown their ability to restrict the CCC batting. The question is, can they do it a second time, and can they do it today, the final day? With this delay, we're starting at 30:30. We're going to have an extended play at the back end as well, as the umpires try to make up time, providing we have no further disruption in play today. The skies are clearing nicely, and even though there might be a few heavy dark clouds about, I'm sure we will monitor that, and as soon as I'm sure the umpires will monitor it, and as soon as things develop, they will adjust accordingly. But for now, the news here is that we will have a delayed start, about half an hour, as the ground staff continue their preparation work, and the teams are warming up. And as soon as all of that is in play, we will be able to bring you ball by ball from just about 10:30 this morning. So stay close, and as soon as we have play, we come back to you. back here to the UE Spec in St. Augustine and on the campus of the University of the West Indies as we get ready for the fourth and final day of this fifth round encounter between the West Indies Academy and the combined campuses and colleges. The way it stands right now, the victory target is 386 for the combined colleges, campuses and colleges, and of course they will resume at 72 without loss. There's still 314 away, and as I say good morning to Anil Raja Anil, it could go either way, but you still, if you're a betting man, you still have your money on the academy.
Yeah, very much so, Ruskin. A pleasant good morning to you and good morning to all our viewers as well, and we thank you for joining the coverage of this game here between the CCC and the West Indies Academy. Yes, Ruskin, we should be in for a very interesting day's play, and as you rightly said, I think that the West Indies Academy, they hold the advantage because the target is 386. That is never going to be easy, and they had a very good start. Having said that, I thought Kamil Puran in particular, he was very severe on the attack from the academy yesterday, and he finished on 49 not out. It was a blistering knock, and he really looked the part. So if the wicket can stay any length of time and they can add to what they already have overnight, I think they can be in with a chance. Let's hope that the weather is not going to be a factor. We have had some rain here this morning. It is pretty overcast, and we've seen a build-up of clouds on the eastern side of the ground. That is where the rain comes from. So we'll be hoping that we get good weather, but I'm sure that we are going to have some fine cricket here today, Ruskin.
Yeah, we look forward to a good day, and hopefully that will be able to persist, and the players will get a full day's play, whichever way the game pans out. I think both teams will be keen to get as much play as possible, and let the chips fall where they may. It's going to be interesting to see how the captain also use his bowlers, and the field setting could be another indication as to how they on top of their game at this time. I'm speaking about Naeem Young, but it's going to be Lane who's going to start proceedings this morning, and immediately Evelyn looks very compact, solid in behind it. So Lane again. And I think Naeem Young would probably be well advised to invest in a Lane. He does have the ability to generate bonks on this wicket, a wicket that so often can also produce balls that just squirt and really create a real dilemma for batsmen.
Well, it's good to see him starting with Yohan Lee immediately this morning, Ruskin. As you know, yesterday I was a bit peeved when he took him off just after 2 overs, and Naeem Young himself took over. But it's good to see Lane starting this morning. I think he might be the key here for the academy. Yesterday he had 2 overs for 13, and the 13 runs came in the second over that he bowled. But he was removed from the attack, and Naeem Young took over. Joshua Bishop was the other bowler who started the attack for the academy. A tall order here for the CCC, but they had a good start, especially from Kamil Puran, who ended on 49 not out yesterday evening in less than a run a ball, more than a run a ball actually.
I could see he was trying to possibly get it out of the way last evening, but he couldn't. And that's runs. First runs for the morning. It's going to come close to the boundary, but it won't get there. And they will come back for the third run. and they'll get it too. So excellent running, and Ned had a long chase, and but the batsmen were able to complete 3 runs. Good running.
Yep. Good shot as well. An over pitch delivery here from Ewan Lane and a clip through mid wicket. Good timing. He didn't use a lot of power there, but he picked up 3 in the end. Let's bring Kamil Puran on strike. He's 1 away from what would be a very well played half century. He looked extremely good yesterday, very attacking indeed. And
the field is a different one, if you want to call it that. There are 2 men back, plus there are 2 men in catching position at mid wicket, 1 straight and 1 square.
well, I can tell you one thing, with those 2 men short catching position on the onside, a short mid wicket and 1 short just forward of square, if Puran were to play the shot through that area, I'm sure that he'll be going very, very hard at it. He's not going to give them any dolly catches there. He times the ball well. For a small man, he hits it with a lot of power. As we saw yesterday, he was hitting 6s effortlessly.
So he has just a 1 slip, which is unusual, but again, heavy onside field, 5 on the onside.
Yeah, I'm not too much in favor of that sort of field, Ruskin. 5 men on the onside for the fast bowler means that he's not going to be concentrated too much on off stump.
So that completes the over. The first of the morning, 3 runs added. It's 75 without loss. And earlier this morning, Wing, we had our first match out of the way, the doubleheader in the IPL. The Punjab Kings beat the Delhi Capitals 174 for 9. The Capitals of Shea Hope top scoring with 33, and the Punjab Kings getting 177 for 6 with 4 balls left in the final over.
You were telling me yesterday as well that CSK had beaten the RCB?
Yep.
Oh my, well, that was disappointing news for me. I have always liked RCB, Ruskin. Not as much as I did previously, because A.B. de Villiers is not there on the team anymore.
Right.
I thought he was the one who excited me the most in the IPL. Delightful player, A.B. de Villiers.
So Ned is going to pick up the attack this morning. First up from that bottom end. You could interchange him and Bishop. Joshua Bishop, they have similar tendencies. They're both fairly consistent with their lines and their lengths. And,
Well, Bishop had 3 overs yesterday. He had replaced the other left-hand orthodox spinner, Joshua Bishop. He hasn't done a lot in this match so far, Ned. Although he probably would have come into this match with a bigger reputation than the other left-arm orthodox spinner, Joshua Bishop.
remember, he had 4 for 59 in the first innings.
Oh, yeah.
So they'll be looking to him as one of the key men.
Yeah, he came back and grabbed a couple of wickets off the tail enders, and his figures ended up looking fairly respectable. But he toiled a bit against the top order. And this is where I really like to judge bowlers, how they bowl against the top order batsmen. But he's a decent left-arm orthodox spinner. He's got a very good arm ball. He bowls with a wide arm, and he creates an angle coming back into the right-handed batsman. So that arm ball can always be a danger on a wicket like this, where the ball is keeping low with regularity. He can be a handful.
Puran just trying to free his arms there a little bit. He has to be careful. That same arm ball could be a real challenge for him, because he tends to play away from the body sometimes. He puts the pad down the line, but then the bat goes somewhat away. Quicker delivery, but well played. It's important for them to dig in. It's the end of the over. Just a 1 run in it. 76 without loss.
Very cool conditions here this morning. Unlike the past 3 days where we had a blistering sun, there was a breeze, but today there's quite a bit of cloud cover, so very cool conditions. Ruskin would probably be telling himself, well, he wants to remember his days when he was in England and he used to get that ball to swing a mile. I remembered once opening the bowling for Queen's Park in a game in England when we were on tour in somewhere in the 80s, Ruskin, and when I bowled the first delivery, the man at almost third slip was breaking, you know, and I tried for the entire over to get a ball on the pitch itself, and I bowled about 6 wides in that first over. I decided I was going to start the line way outside leg stump. And this is how I ended up completing the over, because I would have still been bowling if I didn't make that sort of adjustment. The ball really swung that day.
And I tell people, you know, as you're growing up, you never got a wicket like with the first ball in a match or in a game or something like that. It was only in England, you know. The guys just ran up, it's a loose now, you know.
Yeah.
I bowl the ball and clip the off stump. The batsman was bewildered and I couldn't help him because I didn't know what went on. Oh, that went right through the gate there. And they're going to come back for the second run, and he has to hurry.
Good
Ned
looking
was the guilty man there. The ball went right through him.
Yeah, he sort of took his eyes off it. It was a good shot there from Evelyn. Again, over pitch delivery here from Johan Lane.
He does have the 2 men back, so I'm surprised he hasn't produced a short ball just yet. Maybe he's just holding it back to this. Plus, he has the 2 catching mid wickets, and they are now just changing positions. But the personnel might change. They're more or less the same. Joshua Bishop and Naeem Young.
Well. I can't understand the line of attack, Ruskin. He's got 5 men on the onside. There's a fine leg deep. There's a backwards square leg on the boundary, or square leg. There's a man forward of square next to the umpire, and there's a short mid wicket as well with a normal mid on. So with 5 on the onside, you haven't got a lot of men on the offside. You've got a point on the boundary, a short mid wicket, and a mid on. So just one slip. I'm not too much in favor of that attack. I mean, he would be telling himself in his mind that he cannot bowl too much on off stump or outside off because he hasn't got enough cover there. And even though he finds the edge, there's just 1 man at slip. I mean, he bowled the first over in the morning. The ball is fairly new. I think your line attack should be more on the wicket and more to offside. You can have a couple men on the backward square and fine leg, and use that short ball as a surprise ball. At the moment, I think he doesn't really know which side of the wicket to attack. He's got the cover on the leg side, but you usually get the wickets on the offside or even on the wicket.
But I'm just curious why. I'm curious to figure out what it is they've seen in these batsmen to indicate that they would be better off bowling into their pads. Because with such a heavy onside field, it must be a deliberate ploy.
Well, I thought that with the fine leg on the boundary and the man at the square leg boundary, he would have been trying a couple bounces as well. But like you said, he hasn't bowled one.
Yep, it's the end of the over, 78 without loss.
So a bit disappointing here for this line of attack from the West Indies Academy. I don't know what is the thought process with Naeem Young, the captain, and even the bowler himself, Johan Lane. He should have realized that he was fairly successful with the back of the length deliveries, the short pitch deliveries. He's got the pace. He was getting good bounce from the wicket with the short pitch deliveries, and he was picking up wickets as well.
Plus the wicket would have been covered.
Yeah, there would be some freshness
from since last night into this morning. And it would have been cool conditions, so there might be a little bit of give on the wicket. This could be his 50. Finally, he's able to get the ball. It may not get to the boundary. They may have to run. It's rolling, stop. About a meter or 2 just inside the boundary. 3 runs to Kamil Puran.
Well, it took a while to finally get there because he was on 49 yesterday evening for about 5 minutes before the close of play, and here it is after about 4 or 5 overs. He finally got that run to reach his half century, but it was a very well played half century from Kamil Puran. You know,
Certainly not, yep.
he
47
really
balls.
he looked very good yesterday.
8 fours and a 6.
Well, that should take some stress off his shoulders, be feeling a lot more relieved. And I'm sure that he would be thinking in terms of turning that into 3 figures.
That has to be the trend of thought. What I'm curious to see is how they approach this first session, you know, because I was saying the first hour might give you an indication what their real intentions are. And if after maybe 5 or 6 overs we just see a sudden increase in aggression, then you know that the plan is to really try to go after the ball and maybe get as many as you can early before they start spreading the field.
But it's important as well that they keep wickets in hand. So the longer this pair stays out there, you know, the better their chances will become.
This is a good partnership, 81 without loss. And more runs here, and this too is going to travel close to the boundary, but they won't get there. Green is Lane is after it rather, and they'll settle for 2.
Well, Evelyn has played with a lot more aggressive intent this morning. Yesterday he was a bit subdued. I don't know if it's because Kamil Puran was going after the bowling, but this morning Evelyn has looked the part. Seems to be a man on a mission. He knows that they have to keep scoring runs, and that's exactly what he's doing. Puran has not had a lot of the strike this morning, but he's more of the aggressor between the two.
It's going to have to hurry and might get more than 1. In fact, this could run right close to the boundary. They'll get a second run. Puran was a little bit late in responding, but Worrell eventually had to make his way close to that deep cover boundary to retrieve the ball. They were able to complete 2. That ends the over, and at the end of another over from Ned, the CCC chasing that massive total of 386 for a victory, and now 85 without loss.
Yep, and Kamil Puran getting his first half century at this level. This is his first year at the first class level, and he scored heavily, as I said. I thought his last innings in the local championship cricket in Trinidad, he scored a whopping 177. So he has that appetite for big scores, and sometime last year he got a double 100 as well for his club. So he knows what it is about playing big, long innings.
Well, here's the first short ball we've seen, but it's signaled a wide because it was so high over Puran's head, which isn't very difficult to achieve.
It was signaled a wide?
Yep, because he's a small man.
Well, Leon's got to be aware of that. You can't be hitting it too short that it doesn't trouble the batsman and he doesn't play a shot at it. You bowling the short ball, you've got the trap set down behind square and fine leg, and you want the batsman to be playing the hook shot. So you can't be hitting it in too short and it goes way over the batsman's head. He's got to get the right length. I think he did it exceptionally well in the first innings.
I think he's kind of like in between. I'm not sure if he's comfortable with the tactics. I'm not sure if he's comfortable with the tactics being employed, but he, I suppose, is working his way through it. This is played hard. He's going to have to hurry, but he gets there well enough. Again, Ned at mid-on has to come a little bit to his left, and by the time he did that, Evelyn was quickly off the mark and made it home safely.
I would hate to see that he finds the outside edge and it goes just wide of the lone slip fieldsman that he has.
Teddy Bishop. Yep.
Yeah. He definitely should have had two slip fielders in position. Should have adjusted this tactic a
But
bit.
even that one slip is really a second slip. He's a kind of in between slip.
Oh my goodness, this is what I'm talking about, Ruskin. This is what you have to be doing. I mean, you've got the ammunition, use it. Let's hope that Puran is okay. I thought he took that one somewhere on the helmet.
Yep, he got it somewhere on the helmet, so they will definitely check the helmet. We can see the physio hustling out.
Well, this is what I was talking about. You got to keep the short pitch delivery at a height that the batsman would want to play the hook shot and then make an error. But Puran took it somewhere on the helmet. He's getting some attention now. Let's hope that all is okay with him.
Well, of course, whenever a batsman gets struck like that, they look at him. He has his legs crossed. He's leaning on the bat, almost as if to say, "I'm fine. Everything's okay." But I suppose the physio has that whole protocol that they have to go through. Check the eyes, put up the fingers, probably tell them how many fingers we have, you know, ask them pertinent questions, what have you. And if they, depending on the response that you get, then they will determine if you're okay. But it's 89 without loss, and what that means to Rajab is that the countdown is on. So they're under the 300 now. And that's what I'm saying. It now depends on how well these two can score and how long they stay out there to bring that tally down as much as possible, and then you'll have a better idea of what your approach would need to be, say, after lunch.
Well, the runs have been coming fairly quickly. You know, they're not struggling to put runs on the board. I think they've been flowing since they started this morning. And once they keep their wickets, I think that they will be seeing the ball a lot better. They'll get themselves well set, and they might even be able to score quicker as the game progresses. But they've got to keep their wickets intact. How that last delivery is going to affect Kamil Puran's batting, we'd have to wait and see. I'm sure he would be intimidated by that being struck on the helmet.
I think one of the things I'll tell you after this delivery. One of the things that I noticed with Kamil Puran, and hence the reason why he is a prime candidate for to getting hit with short pitch bowling, is he doesn't get behind the line of the ball a lot. He stays on the side of the ball, and if he stays on the inside of the ball, chances are he's because he's thinking that ball is gonna miss him, you know, and even if he tries to hook, he's really hooking from a vulnerable position. Yeah, Jane, and he's dropped it. Well.
Nice.
And I was just making the point. The first slip cannot be going to his left like that. You know, if he was standing in a regulation first slip, that was coming straight down his lap. But because he is so wide at first slip, that he is almost trying to fill two slots there. And he found, now he should have taken the catch. I really think Teddy Bishop should have, he got it in both hands, and apparently just as he was about to hit the ground, and he was trying to close the hand, it came out.
Well, that is what happens when you have one slip fieldsman, Ruskin. He has to try and cover as much ground as he can. So he would be standing wider than normal. And look at the gap between the wicketkeeper and the slip. He had to go a long way to his left, even though he got it in both hands. It would have been traveling straight to him if he had another slip, because he would have been finer. So I'm not really impressed with the tactics being employed here by the West Indies Cricket Academy. That should have been 1 wicket down.
It's 89 without loss now. Evelyn getting a life on 29. Puran is 52 not out.
Yep, and Johan Lane would not be a happy man, but I think that he should take it upon himself to tell the captain what sort of field he wants. I've always gone by the philosophy that the bowler is the man who is supposed to be setting his field, unless, of course, he's very, very inexperienced and a newcomer to the first class level. But I think that Lane should know well enough what type of field he wants and what his line of attack should be. Right now, he doesn't know which side of the wicket he should be attacking.
It was a loose shot on the part of Evelyn. He just kind of stuck the bat out there and got the edge. Nice height as well for Bishop, Teddy Bishop, but he couldn't hold it.
Well, I was saying a while ago that I would hate to see the outside edge found and it goes wide of the man at first slip, but it happened the other way. The edge was found and it went to the left of the first slip, and he was just a bit away from it. Made it just a bit uncomfortable for him, and probably that's the reason why he had to put it down. But I think he should have taken it though.
Yeah, he got both hands to it.
Yeah, he got both hands to it, and he didn't have to dive.
That's well played again. They will settle for just a single, but and somebody was hinting to me that the reason why Joshua James hasn't been bowled in the match is because he's nursing an injury, and so they're just taking every precaution with him.
Well, he would have gotten that in the match itself. I don't think he would have started the game with a sort of injury and not knowing that he would not be able to bowl. So he would have picked up that somewhere in the last 3 days, Ruskin.
Well, I'm not sure. They didn't say when he got the injury. All they say is that he is carrying a slight injury. Maybe if they need him to bowl, he could bowl, but I think they're just operating on the side of caution with him. So they would probably just play him as a batter more than anything else.
Here's Evelyn. He had a life on 29. And he's going to pick up a single here. He's prepared to come down the track to the flight to deliveries. We've seen on a few occasions that he was coming down the track and playing the on drive, and now this one he's driven it straight back. Not cleanly fielded by the bowler, and he was able to get a single. He moves to 30, the score is on 90, and that chance came when the total was on 89. They would be hoping that they don't regret putting that catch down, the academy.
Puran again trying to drive, but he's sort of reaching for the ball. Those are deliveries. If he has to go that far, he might as well just leave it because he's reaching way out in front to try to make contact with the ball. 91 without loss at the end of the over.
As I said, much cooler conditions today. We're enjoying it a lot more today than the past 3 days, Ruskin.
Yeah, it is a lot more comfortable than it was yesterday and the day before and the day before that. And just to get to give you the update on I was inquiring about the guy who had the unfortunate incident.
Yesterday, yeah.
Yeah, he had one of the ground staff, a member of the ground staff, had a seizure. Well, apparently it's something he's had over time. And the medical team did render assistance. I think they took him to the hospital, released him, and then he had one again this morning. So they had to take him back.
Oh my, is that so?
Yep.
Oh, look at that.
So right now he's back at the hospital, so we're wishing him all the best. I hope that everything is okay. I suppose they'll run the tests or additional tests to see, what is happening, why it is he would have had two of them so close to each other.
Well, that sounds serious to me.
Yeah, but we did have a lot. It was hot. It was very, very hot yesterday.
I don't know, but keep hearing that there's a lot of Sahara dust in the air, and it is heavy as well. I don't know if that probably would have some effect on some people.
I think it affects a lot of people, but because we have a lot of people who do suffer as a result of the Saharan dust. And yesterday, when I was going home, I saw the sun. It was red. I mean, it was like blood red yesterday. Very unusual. When the sun was setting in the west, I was driving going home, and the sun is edging. It went down on that occasion, and you see that is what I'm saying with Puran. He just kind of stays on the inside of the ball to some degree, and then he just kind of plays with his hands there.
Yeah, he's not getting close enough to the line, Ruskin.
Yeah, he's not getting behind the line. That's the problem. If he's behind the line, that ball will be hitting the middle of the bat, if anything, and he could just ride it and drop it at his feet and probably get an easy single. But because he's on the side of the ball, on the inside, if it bounces, he's really not in a good position to hook.
Oh my goodness, that is a very good bouncer. At the very last second, Kamil Puran was able to sway his head just out of line of that short pitch delivery. And I think this is the line that Ewan Lane should have been bowling from the very start and should have had another slip or two in position. You can have the two men behind square on the leg side and you bowl the occasional short ball, but you can't be attacking on both sides of the wicket. And he's been looking vulnerable just outside off some Kamil Puran. He scored a lot of runs through the offside yesterday, but those were pitched up deliveries. His technique is not all that sound to balls just outside off some. As you're saying, he's not getting close enough to the line of the ball. He's off strike now, he got a single. Total moves on to 93, so that means they've scored 21 runs so far in the morning's play, which is not bad going. More importantly, they have kept their wickets intact.
And that's the important thing, or one of the important things. They continue to score runs and keep the scoreboard ticking over. And they could get a second here if they hurry. Yes, they want it, they'll get it too. And
yes,
good running, good aggressive running.
I think that Evelyn is running with quite a bit of urgency, and Kamil Puran is not slow between the wickets. He's got some speed as well. So that would take the score on to 95 as I make room for Devnarain Dial.
So 95 without loss. These two started at 72 without loss this morning. So they continued to pile on some runs here, 23 in double quick time, and trying to give their team, I would imagine, a century partnership to start things off, and then to see how well they can kick on from there, and hopefully set themselves a solid foundation. This is already a solid foundation. It's up to the West Indies Academy now to try to change the narrative a little bit by taking wickets.
A blessed morning to all listeners this morning. I think the West Indies Academy team is in the better position here today. They can control the game with field placing and him if it gets out of hand. So I will give them the edge.
That's well played. That's played fine. That's going to be 4 runs. There's nobody at backward square leg. And so that is like a free hit. You didn't even have to keep it down. Once you make good enough contact there, you're in the money.
I think if the CCC could acquire 80 runs a session, that's 160. And they will have 140 in about 27 overs in the last session. It is gettable. With these two batsmen batting here, they are looking very easy and accumulating runs quickly this morning.
Yep, but well, Ned has bowled a pretty good line. He just strayed a little bit on that occasion. And that's a good shot, but excellent fielding. Once again, Joshua Bishop, at that backward point position. Came straight at him though. It had been placed a meter or two away from him, might have been a different story. And this one is in the air, but it's going to fall safely. And Puran again, just staying on the inside of the ball and trying to open up the offside. That brings up the 100. Exactly 100 without loss. So these two have done well.
But I think with no sideways movement or no turn, I think he has to stay in the inside and hit that wall.
Evelyn looking more and more confident, very solid, both in defense and in attack, especially when he tries to drive the ball. He's trying to get right out to it.
A bit surprised at the West Indian Academy this morning. You know, they're more on the defensive, and with still 300 odd runs to get, you know, they are not putting much pressure on the batsman early this morning.
Well, it's 100 without loss at the end of that Ashmead net over. Not for 24 so far from 7.
And I think they are in control of the game. If it get out of hand, they can be negative on the field with field placing. So, thought they should have attacked at least for the first half an hour on them.
Well, it's now up to the batsmen to, I suppose, to take advantage of the gaps in the field, especially on the onside. Well, when the spinner is bowling, it's a 7-2 field that he's using. So he has to be starting off stump outside the off stump.
Yes.
Any little deviation from that could be problematic.
I think CCC has two options here today. Either play the game by session, or they have 540 balls to get the required runs.
They just have to bat. That's the thing. You know, you take what the bowlers give you. When you get a bad ball, you put it away. If you get a good ball, well, you treat it with respect, and then you just play. And like I say, when you get to like at the hour mark at the water break, you take an assessment, because I'm sure the coaches will,
Of course.
you know, will
Floyd River still listen to them.
say, well, look, we're here now. Continue this way, or maybe just up the tempo a little bit. Whatever it is, the plan is.
And what will be better for them is
More runs. That's 4 more.
again down to third man.
Yep. It's and when a team is chasing, that is it's almost like a gimme, you know, because all you have to do is just open your face at the bat. There's one slip. Just get it past that slip, and you're free as a bird.
I think yesterday I was making the comment how many boundaries went down there in this game.
Yep. And we still don't see a third man. They'd have a backward point, and that is deep, but they were very reluctant to use the third man. And for whatever reason, I'm not sure. I don't know if it's the new trend of thinking of her, but the ball is going in that direction repeatedly. And yet still, both teams, they just seem oblivious to the fact that they conceded too many runs in that area.
I think as Alan Raja was making the point this morning with Lane, he could have been a little more aggressive to these batsmen in his opening spell.
Yeah, and it's cool. It's not too hot.
But I see the groundsman them spreading out the covers.
Yeah, let them spread their covers, man. We're not worried about them. Let them spread their covers.
Just a little note on National League. I think Central Sports is heading for the championship. Must congratulate Mr. Richard Ramke soon single-handedly carrying that team together.
They're going for 1. He's trying to put pressure on the fielder, but nicely done out in the deep.
And I think Central Sports is the only team in National League don't have a full-time coach.
Does Riyadh play for that team?
He plays as player coach when he plays.
Right.
So that is excellent work by the manager.
There's something to be said for talent too. If you have talent, you know, all you need to do is to get them to maximize that talent.
I remember we played Musa Sports with Anil Raja and them, and they had 11 national players on that team.
Yep. I'll give you a joke talking about that. When we were at John Donaldson Technical Institute, we playing football. We had 8 national youth team players. But here's the funny thing about it. We had an arrangement with the national team that we'll get our players on the weekend. No, he will keep them on the weekend. We'll get them during the week to play like a Wednesday games, but they couldn't play on this Saturday. And I'll give you the irony about that just now. Staying on that on that occasion.
Another short delivery, Kamil Puran getting on it. Kamil Puran has been look really, really good since yesterday evening, and he continued this morning, along with Evelyn. It's 106 for none in 22 overs. Kamil Puran on 60 from 62. And Evelyn on 38 from 72 deliveries. The ideal start CCC need.
Yep, but they batted well together, and they have kept things going. And I'm sure the coaches would probably send some instructions for them. Maybe tell them just keep going, see what happens. But I was giving you the story about when we were at John D. So we had all these national youth team players, and well, it was John D and Mukarapo, because Mukarapo had Clausel and Tractor and Emerson Dumison and some of those guys. So it was always going to be a battle. You look at the weather here, we still have a little bit of clouds rolling around the place, but in the main,
Still humid.
it's nice, yeah. We would lose every time we played with the national players. Well, for a period of time. And then when they had to go back to the national team and their training, we would win. So we'd win on weekends when they were away. And when we played them during the week, and that went on for close to a month. You know. I'm like, man, what are we doing?
Russell, I believe the wicket has been very docile this morning compared to the other 3 days on the first over start.
Well, no, this wicket hasn't deteriorated, and I saw that in the last game of the Leeward Islands, where the Leeward Islands were able to chase down the 300 runs that they required. The wicket didn't break up or anything like that. It just kept playing, and I suppose with the rolling it had this morning, plus the cool conditions, it probably just kind of bind it a little bit better, and so the batsmen are benefiting from that now.
Must give the groundsmen compliments to them for excellent for the wicket.
It hasn't. It never breaks up. You know, like going the oval. You know, by the third and fourth day, it turning square and it keeping low. You know, you had to basically, you have no backlift. You just have to bat and dig the ball out.
Well, yesterday, a spinner from Barbados got 6 wickets at the Queen's Park Oval. Warwickon.
Excellent bowling figures. Together with Jason Holder rather, who picked up 4 wickets as well.
Net bowling a strong offside field here.
Gets through his over very quickly. It's 106 for without loss. It's a maiden over from Ned. 8 overs, not for 24.
Unfortunate incident yesterday at Clark Road game. The game had to only played for I think 15 overs. House caught a fire just around the ground. And it was nice to see both teams, Queen's Park Cricket Club and Clark Road players, trying to out it.
Well, that is community life, and when you live in those communities, the fire appliance probably not coming anytime soon.
They might know where that road is.
So you have to, do what you can to assist. And I mean, I know most of the people at Queen's Park, they would be more than willing to help out. And like I said, most of the Clark Road people, some of them living right in the same area there, so they probably know whose house it was that was under threat or whatever it may be. So it's not unusual to
see a bowling change at the northern end. Allen takes up the attack. Very powerful, huge individual.
Probably didn't bowl as much as I thought he could have in the first innings. And it's interesting now. He has the same feel that Lane had.
One slip. And still not a third one.
He has the 2 men behind the bat, one square and another fine leg. Has one right just to the left of the umpire. And then there's the mid-wicket catching.
Short mid-wicket.
And the mid-on. So those are the 5 men on the onside. And then you have just a slip, the point and the boundary, cover and a mid-off. That's well played. That's gorgeous cover drive for 4 runs.
Magnificent shot on his front foot through the covers for 4. Kamil Puran. Just came on the front foot and leaned on it. Timed it well.
So that pushed the score now into 110. And Puran churning along now. He's on 64 from 63. And still no change. If anything, the man at point just drifted and the boundary comes a little to his right. And now he has to go a long way to his left. If they want a second, they could get it too, and they will.
They will. Well run.
So talk about the batsman manipulating the field. He hit it to his right, they moved him to the right. He hit it to the left now, and they push him back to the left.
I think this will have the problem on the wicket. Once the ball is over pitched up, it's going to be hit very hard.
Again, trying to open up and go through that offside field. It's big gaps in there, so any kind of contact would probably work. I think finally we might see the strengthening of that area on the field, because Puran lives and dies by that shot through the offside.
And he hits it quickly, pretty hard too.
So now we're seeing an adjustment. A short cover or extra cover is being put in place there. Joshua Bishop is the man. And again, Puran is not afraid to really get onto that front foot as well. Try to access the offside.
110 for none from 23.3 at this point. Elvin is on 38 from 80. Camille Puran is on 65 from 64. Almost better in a runner ball.
This one might have hit the edge as well, and he was trying to help it hit the thigh pad and ballooned in the air. But luckily for him, didn't go to hand.
At a 4-day game of striking at a ball per run, that's excellent. And Evelyn is doing his work on the other end, just chipping away at it, which is the ideal thing.
The thing with him is he looks like he could accelerate at any moment. And again, a pull shot from Puran, but he's not able to dispatch it. Knocked down quickly there, that short mid-wicket position by Young. It's the end of the over, 111 without loss.
Coming back to the point with Musa Sports, they came down with 11 players, present and past national players. It was a scary thing to watch that team. But we did put up a good battle against them.
Well, and I'm sure the reserves might have probably been national players too, or national youth team players. But there are teams like that. In fact, I remember as a young man, Alvin Cornell was the coach. He asked me to come and play to end the season, and I went to play with a Maple team. And everybody on the Maple team either played for the West Indies or played for Trinidad. So there I was in the middle of all these distinguished gentlemen. And I asking myself, what are you doing here? I was 16 years at the time, you know. And I'm saying, my word. Plus, I didn't want the edge to come at all because I was standing at third slipper. So we see Naeem Young is off the field. He might have just hurt himself. That ball that was struck the last time. They're going to have to hurry here again. But
well judged single.
Judged. Yep. So yeah, Naeem Young is off the field. As he makes his way around, you see him looking at that left hand. The last ball of the previous over, where Puran executed a pull shot. And he knocked it down, but he might have probably, I don't know if he hit the webbing or something, but he seemed to be in some discomfort.
110 for none and 25th over on. Camille Puran 65, Evelyn 38.
Actually should be 112 because they just scampered a single. Puran again trying to just access that offside. Even though there are, there are like 4 players, or really 5 of them in front of the bat there. He just likes to go through that region.
Seeing the sun coming out in all his glory now.
So it's a heavy offside field, a 7-2 field again. And there he goes again, a little bit uppishly, but he will get the run. And but he's living dangerously
with
playing
that
shot, because the trap is really set there for him, and it's just for him to oblige.
That inside out shot, if the ball is turning, it'll be very easy to play, but if it's straight coming down, he has to get to the pitch of that, close to the ball to hit it.
That's the end of another quick over from Ashmead Ned. And at the end of that over, well, I don't think that score is correct. It should be 113 now without loss.
Kamil Pooran is on 66. And Evelyn should be on 39. The second session with about 9 wickets will do CCC all the good. Furthermore, if all 10 wickets could go into the second session.
I don't know, that's the wind bowler and you talking there. And again, another, that's really, like as I say, it's bread and butter for him now. And every time they line it up just about waist height for him outside the off stump or even on the stumps, because of the height of the delivery, it's easy for him to just stand there and just open that face.
And on a flat track, it's very simple to play that shot. Very easy.
So it should be 114 now for no loss. Good delivery there, just creating a little bit of a problem.
To me, it looked like a slower delivery though.
And that's a good delivery again. A little bit extra bounce. Remember, he's a tall man. And just getting a little extra bounce. And coming off the bat at an awkward angle.
I think Evan is not coming out of the delivery. Just half cocked in.
Again, our congrats to the Trinidad hockey players, the stickmen, at the Pan Am Cup indoor tournament in Canada. They reached the final, but they lost to Argentina 5-2. But the good thing about that result, well, you don't like to lose, but by just reaching the final, they also qualified for the World Cup, which was the goal all along, to try to get to the World Cup. And by reaching the final last night, they did that. So congratulations to Mr. Vieira and company, Tariq Makano and Pierre, and some outstanding hockey players.
Again, Allen in to Evelyn. Reaching
take the
out.
single now. They just moved the man from there, and immediately on taking him out from the covers, he pushes it into the covers and takes the single. So which is good, intelligent batting, and they're just finding ways to deny the fielding team at the moment. 115 without loss now.
The last two deliveries, see everyone pushing out a little more and getting over the ball, and was able to push it for a single.
Or it should be 116 without single.
I think what the thing about Shamara Brook batting 3 in this game.
I suppose they could, that could be a consideration, but I'll tell you the general philosophy, and there's that bread and butter shot again from Puran. The general philosophy probably could be, let the youngsters play. He was just gonna kind of complement them, wherever possible, and just let them play. So if it means maintaining the status quo in terms of the batting order, but you're right, that could be a consideration to move him up the batting order and see if, especially if these two could bat for another 40 minutes or so, or bat till after the luncheon interval. And then you put yourself in a really strong position, and somebody like a Shamar Brooks could probably just come and just, take you close or take you over the line.
I think if these two batsmen remain till lunch and the rate they are scoring at, it's going to be very, very, very close game in the last two sessions.
It's 117 without loss now, so they've pushed on nicely from their overnight 72 without loss.
It's 45 this morning.
So remember, we started a half an hour later than usual.
$117 for none. Kamil Puran 68 from 71. Evelyn 41 from 87. And really making batting look easy out there.
He goes again, and this time he gets it through, and that's gone
That
all the
is-
way. It did it.
No, one
It went
bounce.
for 1 bounce for 4 runs. I was looking at the fieldsman down, and he was signaling as if it had gone for 6.
I think
So
since the last over, this is the shot he wanted to play. She has get it over cover. Wide long off, wasn't able to get it.
So it's a bit of the body language of the fielding team is a little bit down right now, and but they're not out of the woods. They're still very much.
They're sending back the cover deep on the boundary. Almost three quarter now. Kamil Puran coming on his front foot and just stroking it to short extra cover.
It is so good to see him really manipulating proceedings here.
Well field.
You move a bowler, you move a fielder from one place, he goes the other place. You set the players inside, he goes over the top. You put the man out there, he's intent on just playing it on the ground. What they've done, they have this nice little ring, almost 3 men in a line here, backward pointer, cover, who's square, and an extra cover, as well as a man inside at short extra cover. So they have those players there catching, more or less, hoping that he slices one to them. But so far he has held his nerve.
That's
It's
the end of the over.
121 without loss.
Ashmead none for 10. You can see the weather just changing back again.
Yeah, there's some cloud cover coming out of the east, but hopefully the wind will take it and blow it beyond us, I don't think we'll have to worry about affecting the game in the oval. That is over and done with. So it could afford to fall down that side.
Who knows? Probably playing a T20 or 50 over game there.
Actually, they could play a club game there today if they wanted to. But that has happened already.
The game started yesterday, the league game. As I welcome back Mr. Anil Raja.
So it's going to be Allen who is going to continue from the top end. That's a good delivery. There's a loud appeal for an LBW. He's out. He was coming across. He didn't get the bat. He tried to get the bat down, but I don't think he made contact with the ball. And it was right up in the block hole. So that is the end of Evelyn for 41. It's now 121 for 1.
Well, you know, Andy, you have made the change at the precise moment. The very next delivery, the first wicket has fallen. Evelyn, he has been adjudged LBW for 41 with the score on 121. I thought there he was trying to indicate that he had gotten some bat onto that. There was a bit of a double noise, Ruskin. I don't know if you picked it up here. And the umpire took a pretty long time in deciding that it was LBW, but Evelyn didn't look all that pleased with it, and he was raising his bat to indicate that there was a bit of inside edge. He came down very hard on it. I'm not too sure.
I don't think he got bat on it. That was the problem with him there.
Well,
he probably hit his boot or something, but the ball clearly struck the pad, and I think that is what the umpire was deliberating, if it was still going to hit the wicket in there. It was a nice delivery, well pitched up.
Well, Evelyn goes. He's played a pretty good hand. He got to 41, and together with Kamil Puran, they took the opening stand to 121. So that is a very, very good start, and they did it in pretty quick time as well. That would put his team in a pretty good position here, because even though it's a pretty tall order, 386, they have got the ideal start. And if the rest of the batting, especially Kamil Puran, if he should bat anyway deep into the second session, I think the CCC would be in with a great chance. Oh, it's a water break. It's been taken now. Yeah, they're having some refreshments out there. Puran looking very well set on 72, and it came off quick time, almost a runner ball of 74, of 73 deliveries actually. So he really is on top of his game, and he's scoring quite freely, scoring on both sides of the wicket. He has hit a couple of big ones as well, some sixes he hit yesterday. So let's see who's gonna join Puran. In the meanwhile, the ground staff is doing some refreshing of the creases. So we join you back in a couple of minutes as the players refresh themselves.
So to welcome you back here, it is the first wicket going down at 121, and Damel Evelyn, the man out, and LBW to Kadeem Alian, and Sadiki Henry is the new batsman. Here's another batsman who likes to score quickly. But I think he probably be best advised to play himself in first before trying to get on with things here. He has a set batsman at the other end, could let him take control for the time being. There's another one that is right up in the block hole, but that one would have been going down leg, drifting down the leg stump, going beyond that leg stump.
Appears as though he's getting some swing through the air, Ruskin, because you've seen the batsman trying to come on the off-stump line, and then at the very last minute, when it swings through the air, they have to try to adjust. But they're playing that shot not in a balanced position, so it appears as though there's some movement through the air by Aline, but he definitely is getting it to come into the right-handed batsman.
And he's going to get some runs here. Going to get a single, might get a second run. And good running again, although it has to be said, Henry, as I say, is turning blind at the non-striker's end. His back is to the fielder, so he more or less has to find where the ball is after touching down with the bat, whereas if he's turning facing where the fielder is, he could almost do both simultaneously and judge the single, or judge if there's a chance at a second run.
Well, that's one of the basics in running between the wickets. When you're looking for a second or third run, you've got to be facing the ball, the direction that the ball is in, so you'd have a clear view as to whether the third or second run is on or not. When you turn blindly and you're not seeing what the fieldsman is doing down there, you don't have an idea whether the second or third run is on, and that can cause a run out.
By the time you recognize what is happening,
too late. So he's off the mark, Sadiki Henry. That would take a little bit of the pressure off him, but still they have continued with this line of attack. Two men on the boundary down on the leg side, a fine leg, and there's a square leg as well.
Just again, just trying to get inside the line of the ball. Struck him on the thigh pad.
Yep, the signal is leg by. So Kamil Puran would have to realize that he's now got a new partner with him. So he's got to readjust as far as the run in between the wicket is concerned. He's got to get his rhythm going again with the new batsman. I thought with him and Evelyn, they ran beautifully between the wickets. A lot of urgency, and they picked up every single run that was on. Whether Sadiki Henry has that sort of ability to run between the wickets, we'd have to wait and see. So that's the end of the over.
It's 125 for one now. And I'll tell you the other game is over because they only needed like 42 runs this morning. Leeward Islands to wrap up their victory, but by the time we signed off yesterday, Guyana went on to win their game as well against the Windward Islands.
So that would mean there'd be
new
leaders. Obviously, it's going to be the Leeward Islands Hurricane, who would be at the top of the standings after Windward Islands lost their last two matches. And Guyana Happy Eagles scoring a victory as well. So we're going to see a lot of changes in the point standings after this round. It's going to be a close finish to the 2024 Regional 4-Day Championship, and that adds a lot of excitement as well to the tournament. You don't want any runaway leaders or winners of the championship. That's played very fine indeed by Puran. It's going to be a couple here, possibly three. And
Well, that's the difference.
yep.
If
If that was Evelyn,
he was firing
yeah,
coming
he
back.
was very busy while he was at the crease. And I can't see why he was running that second run so slow. I mean, the minute you play a shot, the striker, the non-striker should immediately have an idea as to how many runs you can get in that shot.
And you
So
will
if there's a
communicate that.
possible 3 on and you jog the first and second run, all you're looking to do is to get yourself run out, looking to get the third run.
Or not going for it at all. But the Leeward Islands, the scores there again, 231 and 189 for 3. So they won by 7 wickets in the end against the Jamaica Scorpions.
Well, I thought there would have been some hiccups there with the Leeward Islands.
That's well played. That one is through the gap, and that's 4 runs. There are 2 fielders there, and he bisected them beautifully for the boundary.
Yeah, backing away, giving himself room, and picked the gap beautifully. There's a backward point, there's a squarish cover. There's a deep extra cover, but he is far too straight to have gotten around to that. So good batting by Puran. He waited on it. He picked the gap well, and he rolled the wrist on contact, keeping it on the ground, picking up another boundary. So he moves to 79, no doubt, eyeing his first-class century. Ned.
Ned is just teasing him there with some of those delivery. I suppose he's hoping that he'll hit one in the air. Will go to hand because Puran does like to play that shot.
Well, I can't recall when last I saw him play a defensive shot. Seem to have a new shotgun there, Ryan. Yep.
He goes again, but this time
He looks a bit loose at times when playing that drive when he's not to the pitch, but he has good control of the bat. Even though he's not at the pitch, he's not really hitting it in the air. So that's a good sign. That's the end of the over. 1-3-1 for 1.
So now it's all the little calculations and what have you will come into play just now as they try to pad this score as much as they possibly can and give themselves an idea of the gauge where they are and where they want to be. They're still 255 adrift, and so they still have quite a bit of work to do. Speaking of work, we have the rammer out in the middle, member of the ground staff doing the honors. I've seen batsmen take that responsibility themselves, or bowlers take that responsibility themselves.
Well, we have not had any report on Zishan Motara, who has been off the field since yesterday.
No, he is out of the game
completely?
once you have the
Okay, yeah, he has been
protocol
replaced by the.
substitute,
Yeah, he has been replaced by the concussion sub. My
Yeah,
apologies.
yeah.
I
Once-
completely
once
forgot
he-
about that, Ruskin.
McCarthy
But the thing is, the concussion sub can bat.
could bowl too.
Yeah, he would be allowed to bat and bowl. He's a normal player once you're a concussion sub. But I'm just looking at the rest of the batting. I mean, Shamar Brooks is still there, and then you've got Yannick Otley, who is no
Richards.
rabbit with the bat.
Yeah,
The Mario
Richards.
Richards, there's Greaves as well. So they would be hoping that this pair at the wicket can carry it as far as they can, get it anyway close to 200.
He goes
Shot.
driving again, and that's beautifully played once more. And I think they're just running to retrieve that. You can just see James. He's not really jogging, or he's jogging. He's not really running freely. And it's more or less just ambling across the turf.
He's carrying some sort of injury, as we heard. But that was a half volley at any level, and that deserved the treatment that it got. That would give Henry just that bit more confidence. One slip, there's a point on the boundary, there's a cover and a mid-off, that's the offside field. Wow, that's
And there
going
it
to be
goes
runs.
down to third man again. There's a long chase to the man at backward point, and he gives up that chase. So that's 4 more. And it's really a gift when you have just the one slip and nobody covering in that region.
Big gap down there because with the lone slip, the man at point on the boundary has a long way to go to cover from there to anyway find third man. And if the line of attack is about off stump, I mean that's more or less giving runs away down there at the third man area.
And again, the captain has moved from square leg to a deep point. But he still hasn't protected the third man region.
That's beautiful delivery. But if you strengthen the offside field and you have now put a third man there, which is the cover, it's obvious that you would have carried the man at a point on the boundary a bit finer to cover the third man area. But not a step he has moved to his left.
Not only that too, he's probably just over the shoulder of the man at point, the one who's closer in. And he's at a deep point position. He's not
but
like
I think the
trying to stop
man
a
who
single
was
area.
just gone to squarish cover, he would be covering a bit of area there, so
Yep,
he should
so
go
good.
around automatically. Oh wow!
That's
wow,
a tough one. There's going to be a long chase for Lane. He can't get there. He has long groping legs, that big stride of his, but not even he could catch up with that one. That's 4 byes.
No ball signal as well. So that would be 5 runs added to the total here.
Yep.
Well, I must complain about the attack of the
Have a
West
little
Indies
drizzle.
Cricket Academy this morning. Can't really understand what's the plan of attack out there.
Heavy
I don't know if I'm wrong, Ruskin. How are you seeing it? I don't want to put you in a spot.
Well, look at the ground staff. They're getting ready to, because there is a little bit of the clouds are rolling in over the ground now. There might be a little hint of rain in the air already.
Yeah, there's a slight drizzle. You can see it way in the distance down to the south.
Look at the clouds. There's a little cloud cover. If my good friend Colin Crawford was here, he'd tell me about cumulus clouds and nimbus clouds and everything else.
Yeah, his geography is pretty good
I
because
think
he's
they're
a
going to bring
pilot
the
as well.
covers on now. The umpires are not waiting, and we saw this before. They're not prepared to wait for the rain to actually start falling before they bring the covers on. So they have decided that they go. It says 144 for 1. So 81 to Puran, and Henry is on 10. So we do have a break in proceedings at about 11:45 a.m. So we can't say how long the break will be, but at least we'll have an idea. So again, just the 1 wicket to fall this morning, that of Domel Evelyn, who made 41. He resumed on 17. Puran was 49 when they resumed this morning at 72 without loss. They took the score to 121 before Evelyn was LBW to Alain to a delivery pitch right up in the block hole. And since that time, Sadiki Henry has joined Puran. He has moved on to 10, and the score is pushed on to 144 for 1 as the players have been withdrawn for the moment. Not quite sure how long a break we will have, and I don't want the job of the third umpire, because when everybody else is taking cover, he's the one who has to come out to supervise the installation of the covers to make sure that everything is done correctly. And so we'll see how long how long of a delay we will have in proceedings here. Just to add more intrigue to the proceedings. So that's the situation here, and as soon as we have a resumption of play, we come back with more.
Test.
Thank you very much as we welcome you back here. Just a short break, not a very long period of time, roughly 10 minutes or 9 minutes or thereabouts. And the ground staff again just had to put on the one cover, and the wind took the reins and just blew it past us, so which is good. And now we should have the resumption of play. Alin is going to try to complete his over. Evelyn is the man out for 41. And once again, the ball is just running down the hill, and that's going to go for 4 runs as well. As simple as that. And there was Henry just standing up and just opening the face. Both batsmen have the ability to play that ball and to play it very comfortably indeed. And still, the captain is reluctant to plug that gap.
Well, yet another boundary down to the third man area. I can't really have lost count as to how many runs have been scored down in the third man area, and still no protection there.
It's 148 now. If anything, the slip has now been moved into a gully position.
Well, he's moved the slip and put him at gully. I don't know what difference that's going to make.
That's the end of the over. It's 148 now for 1.
In case you've seen a score of 106 for no loss on the screen, you obviously would realize that that is not so. So we're just trying to get that aspect of the scoring sorted out. Hope you can bear with us for just a while longer. The actual score is 148, is it, Ruskin?
148 because they got the boundary off.
Yeah, 148 is the actual score for the loss of just one wicket.
So we have Ned continuing. And that one came in with the arm, and you could just see Puran having to keep his eyes on it, and then as it came into him, he turned it on the onside a little bit hurriedly. Quicker delivery from Ned. Still nobody behind the bat, so he's a 7-2 field he's operating with. So he can't afford to drift onto the pads. He's cutting again and hitting low down on the bat.
Yeah.
Bouncing to the man at backward point.
He's got to be aware of that ball keeping low at times, especially when you're on the back foot. When you're on the back foot, the back left usually is a lot higher.
He goes again, trying to pierce that outside field, can't get it through.
And even though he's not to the pitch, he's still going through it, the drives, but still keeping it on the ground. So good control of the bat, Kamil Puran. Goes high.
Yep. And doesn't get it with any real power, luckily for him, as he could so easily have picked out the man at wideish mid-on.
Well, that was a bit of a half a shot, Ruskin. I mean, even though he knew where he wanted to hit the ball, he picked the gap between the mid-on and the mid-wicket, but he didn't really get a lot of power into the shot. Sort of held back that shot, almost getting himself out there. He got a single in the process.
Henry is right out in front. That completes the over. Just a single coming off of that one. So it's 149 now for 1.
Yep, 149 and not 92 for no, as you've seen on the screen. Okay. Well, it appears as though that the clouds have gone by. A lot more heavy clouds today than the last 3 days. What is good about it is that the wind continues to blow, and blowing the clouds away over to the west. But as soon as the clouds blow over to the west, fresh new heavy clouds keep coming from the east. So we would ask that wind continue to blow as hard as it is blowing.
So they're taking a while to get the field placings right. We see Jordan Johnson sprinting out there to that deep point position. Then on the opposite side, we have the man going out to deep square leg as well. So they're really spreading the field here a little bit. And they just have the one man at gully.
Well, Ruskin, to be honest, if the academy should go down in this match, or if they should lose this match, they would have no one to blame except themselves.
And now we're seeing the moving the man at mid-wicket, Teddy Bishop, is going back into the slip. So where he was earlier, where he put on that catch, so he's back in the slip. There is a wideish gully now, and still no third man, but there is a gully. As well as that slip. So those are the two men close in there. Then there's that mid-wicket, Naeem Young, with his hands on his hips at mid-wicket. And I would think that they would have been thinking by now, Raj, they probably would have had 3 or 4 wickets in the hatch by now.
Well, obviously. But to be honest, I thought that they wasted their best bowler. That was Johan Lane.
He's edging, and that's dropped again. So they're going to come back for a second run, but once again, Kamil Puran living dangerously, just throwing the bat at the ball outside the off stump, and again, not really getting behind the ball, just freeing his arms, and it took the edge, but once more, Bishop. So that's a 150 on the board.
Well, I'm not going to mention anything about the field placing again, or the tactics. He definitely should have had 2 slip-ins since morning. Look how many runs have been scored down in the third man area.
Well, I'm sure the CCC must be happy that they haven't plugged that gap as yet.
Where is it?
This time it's a pull shot, but he got it in. He gets it in the gap, and that's 4 runs. So
No.
again, he's probably not in total control of the short ball and that hook shot, but he's prepared to play it.
Yeah, well, it has got a bit of luck there in that Arlene is not as quick as, let's say, Lane is, and he's not getting inside the line to play that pull shot. He's standing right there, just about middle and leg.
He's playing it off his nose.
Yes, pulling the ball from right in front of him. No control, really. He did manage to roll the wrist over it, but he had to hurry the shot. He's got to do some work with that hook shot and trying to get across to the off stump when playing the hook shot. It's very well played. Seems to get a little rush of blood at times and plays some flashy shots outside off stump. That one that went past the slip there again could have easily been out if there was a second slip in place, which they should have had. I'm really puzzled here with the tactics. I wonder what the technical staff is really doing in the dressing room. Aren't they looking at this game? I hope I'm not coming across too sharp.
He is again trying to get to it. It goes in the end. He's out. Again, he was going for that hook shot once too often, and eventually he succumbed to that ball, picked up there by Naeem Young at mid-wicket, and that is the end of Kamil Puran.
Well, I was just making the point there, Ruskin, that when you're playing the pull shot, you got to get that back foot back and across inside the line of the ball and make sure it's passing you more or less on the leg side. He was cramped for room there. It got big on him, and he had no control of that shot whatsoever. And it has happened to him a couple of times already. As a matter of fact, he was struck on the helmet earlier on there by Lane. But this time his luck ran out. But he played magnificently. You've got to give him credit for at such a young age, in his first year at the first class level. He really did take the bowling attack apart, and he played a magnificent hand. I'm sure that the team would be very much satisfied the way that he is batted, even though he should have gone on and gotten 100 here. He has to depart.
He made 88. At that time, it's 155 for 2 now. And certainly 12 runs away, but couldn't finish the job, so to speak. He went for that pull shot once too often and paid the price for it. But Shamar Brooks is the new batsman as he joins Henry at Allen, who's come in now with 2 wickets to his name. And I was just making the point that I thought he didn't bowl much.
The thing is, he just had a life in the very same over when he was put down and slipped, and then he miscued a hook shot, even though he got 4 for it. He was not in the right position to play the hook shot, and he repeated that error, and this time his luck ran out. Kamil Puran, 88. You don't really throw away your innings like that when you're looking to score your first class 100. Well, the captain, Shamar Brooks, has arrived at the crease, and everything would be on his shoulders now that Kamil Puran has departed.
So it's the end of the over. It's 155 for 2 at the end of it. So this is very good bowling from Ali, and he's been the one making the difference this morning. It's really come here and put in a very, very good spell. I'm surprised that they're persisting with Ned and not even going to Joshua Bishop, and just to try to mix it up a little bit. I don't know if he's worried about the couple of overs that he bowled last evening, but the ball was new. It wasn't gripping, wasn't doing anything. It was just kind of skidding through, and Puran was going after him. But you can't banish him because of that. Today's a new day.
Well, the thing is, look how long Ned has been on the ball, Ruskin. He hasn't been doing a lot in terms of wickets, and they're persisting with him. I think you need to switch it around a bit, add some variety to the attack, change the bowler, Well, he would be new to Brooks because Brooks has now come into the wicket.
It's I suppose you sometimes you just have to figure out what exactly it is they're looking at, what it is they're seeing out there in the middle to justify the decisions that are made in terms of the field placing, even the bowling changes. And but the wicket itself hasn't really changed at all. It's not it hasn't deteriorated or anything. And they thought about a single, but they can't get it. Good quick movement there. Alain again. He's the man of the moment right now. You can't keep him out the game. And this one and they're going to get a leg by. I don't think he got any bat onto that one. So that completes the over. And they picked up 2 runs in that over. 157 now for 2. So again, people might be surprised. We've gone past the 12 o'clock hour. So, but we started a half an hour later than usual. So the
Well,
umpires are just making up the time.
They've made so many changes to the regulations, Ruskin, because we're accustomed to the lunch hour not being moved.
Mm-hmm.
You can adjust the tea interval.
And here's one just hitting down there. They're appealing for these out LBW. And there again, he is thinking it hit the bottom of the bat. And that is the end of Shamar Brooks. Yet again, he has gotten one of those soft dismissals. And but he has to go back very dejectedly. And what a breakthrough that is for Allen. He has picked up all 3.
Well, I can't understand really why is the presiding umpire taking so awfully long to make that LBW decision. That's the second time it has happened here. The same thing happened. Yeah, it appears as though he as well is indicating that he got some bat onto that. The umpire as well gives you the impression that he was in doubt, because if he was clearly, knowingly that ball would have struck the stump and he didn't get any bat on it, he would have made the decision a lot earlier. But it took an awfully long time, and that creates doubt really. And Shamar Brooks as well, he didn't look too pleased with that. He stood at the crease for a very long time, and he was indicating that he got some bat on that. We can't be too sure from where we are. We don't have the benefit of the slow motion replays here. So that's probably not what we would want to see happening, but he has to go, and that's the fall of wicket number 3. And now we are back on here with the score on the screen, as you've seen it there, 157 for 3. Brooks has just departed. Demario Richards is the new batsman. Siddiqui Henry is on 15, and Kamil Puran was out just a while ago.
So the game just changing complexion here now. As the Allen has made a big difference to the Academy's attack. And for the left-handed Richards, he has decided to come around the wicket. So the game really now tilting even more in favor of the Academy. And Richards off the mark immediately, but not in control. A little shot in the dark there.
Well, that's 2 telling blows here from Allen. The removal of Kamil Puran, and now the most experienced batsman on the team, Captain Shamar Brooks. He's got to go as well, both of them being adjudged LBW. That would have certainly taken the wind out of the sails of the combined campuses.
Puran was out caught at mid-wicket by Ali, off the bowling of Allen, called Young Bowl Allen. And it's Evelyn who was
Evelyn, my apology. Yeah.
So now you could see life back in the players for the Academy. There's a little pep in their step now. What a difference a couple of wickets can make.
Even the commentators are getting confused as to what is happening out there, Ruskin.
So we still have a deep cover. I don't know if he is necessary at this point, but I suppose that's the protection out there. Alendo. They're going to have to hurry once more, and just a little bit late again. Richards was struggling there, and just barely made it home. The throw, a direct hit would have been curtains for him, and he just made it home. In fact, the man missed the wicket, and that's how he survived.
Well, he was struggling there to get that second gear in because he's just come into the wicket, and I'm sure that his circulation is not all at the top level there now. His muscles are still cool, and he tried to kick in the second gear there, but he still was not moving quickly. If that fieldsman had moved just a bit quicker and struck the stump,
Joshua Dawn it was who was looking there.
he would have been out. So Aline with 3 for 33. He's in his 6th over. I don't know when we're going to see a bowling change at the other end. We've seen that all morning.
And that one kept very low, a no ball signaled by the umpire, so it would not have counted. But that's part of the vagaries of this wicket. We've seen that so often.
Well, the good thing about Aline is that he's trying to keep the ball on the stump all the time. Always the possibility of an LBW or even bowled or even caught at the wicket.
He's been spot on. When you consider there's 3 wickets, 2 of them have been LBW. And he's been very consistent with his line. The left hand, right hand might be a slightly different proposition for him. But I think once he continues to attack the stumps, he should be okay. 161 now for 3.
Well, the game has taken an entirely new complexion here with the departure of those last couple of wickets of Brooks, Puran, and Evelyn. They were looking so good just 10-15 minutes ago, but that has changed. 161 for 3. The target is 386.
So Henry trying to see if he could dig in here for the CCC, and I would imagine if they don't get to the runs, I think they want them to still show some determination, see if they could bat through the day maybe. And try to push the academy as far and as long as possible. So it's really just the mental part of the game now that they have to work with. Batsmen still must like the idea of batting and batting long. No matter what the state of the game is, you just want to bat for an extended period every time you get a chance. Yes, one that's keeping very low indeed. Well, all of a sudden, it's almost like the wicket just has gotten lower in the last couple of overs. We're seeing more of these low flying deliveries. They're almost arriving at the wicket by stealth. And Richards not afraid to put back the ball, and he's going to get a boundary here. It's going close. Actually, it wasn't. It does. I thought Dawn was going to haul it in, but it just beat him to the ropes. And that's 4 runs to Richards, who was almost run out a short while ago.
Well, Ashmi Ned is in his 14th consecutive over, and he's not yet picked up a wicket. Still, it amazes me that he has not been taken off.
He goes once more. Yep. Let's do it again. Dom should cut this one off. And he does. So, but Richards, because he's left-handed and the bowler is turning the ball into him, he's obviously getting out a lot easier and a lot quicker to those deliveries.
2 quick wickets today have still the game evenly balanced now. From this distance, yeah, I really thought Brooks got an edge onto the ball, but I think the umpire is in the best position.
Yeah, Brooks wasn't too happy, but once the umpire raises their finger, everything stops. They're going to get the single eventually.
I think Richard is playing Richard is really attacking, getting at the bowling. He's attacking the bowling. He's playing some exquisite shots. Nice cover drive for 4 of the left-hand orthodox, being a left-hander.
Yeah, so the CCC really, they've kind of lost their way a little bit. Now they're trying to retrieve the situation here. And these two will do well to try to build a partnership.
Well, this will happen in the game. Once you lose a wicket or 2, it will put you back on your back foot. You have to get back there and
just try to build something, just to regain that momentum that they had earlier. That completes the over. It's 168 for 3.
the good thing about it, the opening pair did an excellent job yesterday evening and this morning, scoring at a fast pace. I'm still a little bit baffled about the field placing, some of this field placing.
Yeah, it's something that I'm sure that the coaches and all the technical people will probably have to look at. Batting and bowling is just one aspect of the game. I think the players have to understand now. Field placing, the bowlers must have an idea of what type of fields they want to set.
That's correct.
In consultation with the captain, you then kind of devise a plan, and all this could be done in the dressing room. We don't have to wait till they get out in the middle. You can have that discussion in the dressing room. I mean, that's why you talk cricket at night, especially when you're in a group setting like that. You sit down and you talk, and you plan what you like, what you don't like, what you think would happen, how would you want to go about, doing certain things, and that's why I say that's when you talk cricket. If this happens, now I know that they do all these bonding exercises and whatever else, and they probably do different scenarios, present them with different scenarios. What would you do in this situation if you have a batsman scoring heavily, let's just say through the offside? How do you curb that scoring? You could do it with field placing, one, or you could change the line of attack.
Line of attack.
Just different things, and that's what I'm saying. That's when you're talking cricket, but you can't talk that at the beginning of the season, and you don't have conversations like that again until next year. That's something that has to be going on, all the time. So the players are acutely aware of what is happening and what their different roles might be, or how the role might change. Yeah, and that was a full toss, and Richard was reaching for it.
Richard had a good knock in the first inning, 59, and he was run out, unfortunately.
He's batted well. He batted well in that innings too.
I think, at this level, the captain has to be, at least a little more knowledgeable on these things.
I give them the benefit because I think they're looking at certain things. They probably don't look at the whole picture as readily as they should, because they might see it, 4 or 5 overs after we see it. But sometimes their focus is so much on what is happening, right in front of them, that sometimes, especially the inexperienced ones, they don't see, they miss a trick or two.
I remember a game Vishal Prasad Maharaj was barely 19, came on to bowl. I was on the non-striker, and he was telling Harold Joseph what field he want. which did amaze me for a young player. At
You
the
see,
age-
but if you're doing that at school and you are the main bowler, you know, and you're accustomed doing that, here's another ball peeling off a thick outside edge.
Could run close to the boundary.
Dorham again is out there to do the fielding. Yeah, and because if you're accustomed doing it say at the youth level, where the captain or the coach gives you the authority to set your own fields, quite naturally when you get to the next level,
You will.
you have an idea of what you
Yeah.
like. What of course, if you have an experienced captain, he may tell you X or Y, or you might get one out of the two that you want. But at least he's taking into consideration what you're suggesting.
Yeah.
You know, and different things are. Because if it goes wrong, you can always point a finger at him and say, "Well, you didn't set the field over there." No, but if he's a captain like Joey Carew, well, you better not even question it. And he's very busy. He could go back for a second run. No, he decides against it. And Joey was one of those captains that was very adamant. You know, he was rigid to some degree. You know, and he said, if you put you here, don't even move. You know, stay there. Because if that ball goes there at all, and you're not there,
And I remember when Naragu took me to Wanderers as a youngster, I was very fortunate to have a good captain of Balkar and Segram, very quiet and knowledgeable and very understanding.
yeah, but again, it's just different styles. Seagram, his personality is a totally different personality to others. There's some captains, they remonstrate, they make noise,
Yeah.
they're always quarreling with the umpire, or they
I remember when we walked on the field, he asked me where I want to field. And make it my first game for Wanderers.
they didn't tell him he wanted to sit in the pavilion while others were fielding. He could stay in the cool.
You know, Siddiqui Henry has gone on to 17 again. First inning, he looked very good too.
Henry has been batting well. He also had a good score in that Leeward Islands games. A lot of them are probably now beginning to find form as the tournament comes to an end. And he's done it again. Down to third man it goes, and that's 4 runs.
4 more.
It's an area that has been leaking runs all game long for both teams. And for some reason, there's this hesitancy to plug that gap.
You know, being a good batsman is one, but if you don't know how to score runs, that's where the problem comes in. You must know where to score runs or how to score runs.
And you more or less take what the opposing captain gives you. And if he's going to give you that gap, a third man, then you take it until he plugs it.
Thing about Siddiqui Henry, what I admire about him, he controls his batting, and that's the key to it. He knows his strength, and he knows where he's hitting the ball.
That's the end of the over. 16 to Richards, 17 to Henry. It's 176 for 3.
After 36 overs,
This could be the last over before the luncheon interval. And
Richards is another one. He's scoring very quickly. He's on 16 from 13. He looked very positive in the first inning and start off in the second inning here too.
Ned is going to continue.
With this 2 quick wicket will definitely give the West Indies Academy a little breathing space. Again, they are very defensive. A slip, no one else wrong the bat.
And again, that's not the line because you have no protection there. It's a 7-2 field that he's bowling. The nearest man on the onside is
He buys
a man at
short mid wicket.
short mid wicket, the middle and a mid one. Those are the 2 men on the onside. So any time that ball starts leg stump or just outside leg stump, and because it's not spinning much, it's you're almost gifting runs to the opposition.
Automatic single.
I'm looking at Naeem Young having a word with Ned. Probably asking him, if we could try something else because
Honestly, with the left hand, Richard, I would like to see a
Yep.
forward short leg.
Richards has driven the ball through the covers of square on a number of occasions, and here he goes again. Down to third man it goes, and he's going to get a couple. Not going to get to the boundary. And
Just opening the face and running it down.
so he continues, the runs continues to flow down there at that third man region at both ends. And I don't think Ned is a happy camper right now. This is his 15th over, north for 46 already.
CCC requires 207 runs again. They are going to have hefty run rate at 4.97. Russell to 207. It's not far. They are not far away.
Well, it depends on how well they do in that second session. That middle session could be key. It will either put them right back on the back foot, or it could set them up nicely, put them in position where the balance is not that much. It might actually be under 100 in that fourth
Well,
and
if
in
they
that
get
third and final
if they get close to 90 runs, they'll have 117 runs in the last session,
Yep.
which is gettable on this ground.
So it's just a pity that Shamar Brooks isn't out there controlling proceedings. But there are some, very exciting, talented youngsters who I'm sure, if they, take their chances here, put their heads down and bat, then they might very well bring their team the glory. Again, it's gone past the slip.
This could run into the boundary.
Yep, that's going down to third man. That's going to be 4 runs. So yet again, that third man region, which is vacant, is leaking runs. And that is going to be the lunch and interval. Certainly an interesting morning's play here.
On the entry. On the entry, that's also.
184 for 3. So it's 184 for the loss of those 3 wickets. Henry 17-22 to Richards, who has come and started accelerating rather quickly. So they'd still need a further 203 runs.
I think they scored 104 runs this morning, which is excellent after a late start.
And so that puts them on course. So they're still in with a chance. It's really how do they preserve their wickets and keep the momentum going all the way through. So we will have play after lunch for you. Just to remind you, Evelyn, who resumed on 17, was the first to go LBW to Allen for 41. It was 121 for 1. Kamil Puran, who batted well for his 88, was caught young, bowled Allen, trying a hook shot, and it just kind of spooned a catch to the short mid wicket. 155 for 2. And then Shamar Brooks, his wretched form continues. LBW to Allen for no score. There might have been a hint of bat onto it, but the umpire ruled that he was out LBW. 157 for 3. It's now 184 for 3 now, as they still need a further 203 for a victory. Can they get it? Come back after lunch to find out. Thank you very much as we welcome you back here to UE Spec in St. Augustine, where we're getting ready for play after lunch at the fourth and final day of this fifth round encounter between the West Indies Academy and the combined campuses and colleges. The game is nicely poised at the moment, still favoring the Academy, but the CCC have accredited themselves well despite the fact that they've lost three crucial wickets, including Evelyn for 41, Puran for 88, and skipper Shamar Brooks without scoring. But there are still some exciting young talents in this squad, so hopefully some of them will put their hands up and make life as difficult as possible for the opposition. They still need a further 203 runs, and they'll resume at 184 for 3. Henry 17, Richards is on 22, and it's Lane who is going to pick up the attack after lunch. As I welcome back Anil Raja.
Thank you very much, Ruskin. Pleasant good afternoon to you, and good afternoon to all our viewers. And for those of us who are now joining the broadcast, welcome. Well, we've seen some good cricket this morning, especially from that opening partnership between Kamil Puran and Damel Evelyn. Together they put on 121 and they looked extremely good. Remember, they started the day's play on 72 for no loss, and they took it to 121, and they were looking very, very good and threatening to get this target that they were set of 386. But here is Lane, Johan Lane. He has returned after lunch. He started proceedings this morning, but he was taken off the attack fairly quickly. But he's back on now. He had just 7 overs. He had a couple yesterday evening and then a few this morning. He has none for 31, and he was the pick of the bowlers in the first innings. But he has been overshadowed this morning by Aline, who had all 3 wickets to have fallen. But particularly Lane, I think he's probably the most potent bowler on the attack. So let's hope he has a better spell here after lunch.
I'm a little bit surprised that Alain wasn't given the ball, unless they're going to bowl him from the bottom end. But I was surprised Alain didn't come back after lunch. He had a good time to rest, kind of recharge his batteries, and she seemed to be doing the most with the ball of all the bowlers, and certainly had the batsman playing a lot more consistently in terms of his line and his length. So it's a little bit surprising that they would opt to take him out of the attack, especially since he was the one that broke through and kept taking wickets this morning.
Not much of a difference in the field placing. Instead of the 5 men on the onside, as we saw early this morning when Lane was attacking, one of the fieldsmen from the onside has gone to the offside. So he now has a slip, a gully, there's a cover and a mid-off, and also a point on the boundary. And on the onside, there's a mid-on, there's a short mid-wicket, there's a square leg on the boundary, and also a fine leg.
I was looking for Alain, but he's not on the field.
Well, the big guy probably needs a rest to come back on, Ruskin. He had a pretty long spell early on.
If it's one time I was coming back, it was this time.
Henry on 17. Richards is on 22. Wow. Some aggression here by Johan Lane, threatening to throw the stumps down at the striker's end, but the batsman was well inside his crease. Still just a one slip. There's a gully now. I would have made that 2 slip. You know, we've seen a couple of catches go down in that slip area, and there was just one fieldsman there at slip, and it didn't really go straight to him. 2 slip probably would have given them a better chance. That's a good lifting delivery here from Lane.
That's the end of the first over. After the interval, 184 for 3 a maiden.
Well, the rain seems to have disappeared. It's very hot sun now. It's very heated at the moment. Even though there's a strong breeze blowing, we're not seeing too many of the dark clouds that we saw earlier this morning, as a matter of fact. So hopefully we're not going to be interrupted by the weather for the remainder of the game, because this game probably can go all the way down to the wire.
Now we're looking at where we had netball through the first period this morning, and now it looks as if Joshua Jackson is going to do the honors. So Bishop is back into the attack.
Well. We're having a bit of a mini storm here in the commentary booth.
Strong winds.
Yeah, we were calling for some wind to keep the place cool, but we got more than we bargained for.
So now this brings Henry back on strike now. He's done very well, and probably didn't score as many runs as he would have liked so far in the tournament, but he's gotten some good starts. And there's this one lifting. Nice bunks there from Bishop.
Well, we're seeing him for the first time for the day. Joshua Bishop, he had 4 overs for 30 before this. He's replaced Ned at the southern end. Bowling similar to Ashmid Ned, left arm orthodox and coming around the wicket. He has a slip, there's a backward point, there's a short extra cover, and there's a normal cover. There's a man deep at square cover and a long off.
Nice flight, generous flight. And now it's just a question of can they pick up from where they left off before the interval. Even though they had lost the 3 wickets, these two were still able to score quite freely. They're going to have to hurry here. This is a dangerous single, and they do get it, and they will get more. And in fact, it's going to go all the way to the fence. Well. It was James trying to come across to cover, to protect that one, to back it up, really, but it eluded him as well, and it went all the way to the boundary.
Well, that's poor old cricket on the part of the West Indies Academy. There were 2 fieldsmen on the onside who should have been doing the backing up there. There was the mid-on and there was the mid-wicket, and it eluded both of them. There was a chance of a run-out. It was a dangerous call for a single, really. There was hesitation as well. If that ball had struck the stump, no doubt there probably would have been a run-out, and then that backing up wasn't good. It went all the way for 4 overthrows. Partnership is now 33.
Richards, the busier of the two, so to speak. That ends the over. It's 190 for 3.
Yeah, we had a bit of a rush of the wind there just now at Ruskin. It threatened the commentary camp temporarily. Let's hope it doesn't get all that strong anymore.
When the wind is that strong, yeah, it could actually bring the rain with it. Sometimes you may not see it, and then out of the blue the rain just comes. Just as we're speaking, there is a slight drizzle around the UE spec ground here in St. Augustine.
Well, there's a proverb as unpredictable as the weather, and that is so true. Because just a couple of minutes ago I was saying that we don't seem as though we're going to have any more weather interruptions, but just as I said that there's a slight drizzle, a bit of dark grey clouds to the northeastern side of the ground, Ruskin, and that is the area where the rain usually comes from, but the breeze is fairly strong, and the rain itself is not really heavy, just a
Actually
mild
just
drizzle.
stopped. It's blown it away.
Yep.
These two are busy, and they will try to push the scoring.
Well, that's good judgment there by Henry and Richards. Immediately playing the shot, he realized there's a possibility of two, and they were sprinting that first run. And they got the second run quite easily. The man at backward square had almost 20 meters to cover to prevent that two runs, but he couldn't. Well, those three quick wickets before the lunch interval really put the brakes on the CCC Ruskin. They were looking so good at 121 for no loss with Kamil Puran on the go. He was on 70 odd at that time, and also his partner Evelyn, who eventually made 41. They threatened earlier on, and they were putting themselves in a very good position, but they lost both openers, and then Captain Brooks, he went immediately afterwards, and it's more or less a rebuilding process now, but they're doing a fairly good job of it. Richards is on 23 and Henry is on 25. Here's Lane. Good short delivery. That has Richards going down on bended knees.
We still have another slight drizzle visiting the ground again. Although the cloud, that cloud is probably just overhead, was just slightly behind us, and the breeze is bringing it. And actually, the players are gonna have to make a beeline to the pavilion as the ground staff rushes on with the covers.
Wow.
Obviously, trying to protect the wicket as much as possible. And as I said, the third umpire, everybody is going to the safety of the pavilion, and the third umpire is out with the umbrella in the rain, coming to supervise the cover, the preparation of the installation of the covers, making sure that they protect the wicket as much as possible. So this one is a little surprising.
Yeah, a bit heavier as well, Ruskin, and it came down suddenly because there was just a very slight drizzle, but it has now come down pretty heavy, and the groundsmen themselves, they seem to have been caught off guard. Now they've got the square covered, and all the players are off the field, so we're going to have a break here now, Ruskin.
It's going to be like the one before, which only lasts about 8 or 9 minutes. This one may not be any longer, although you're never quite sure what is going to happen with the weather. It remains a mystery. But if you look in the background, which is kind of like to the north of us, north of the ground, nice blue skies, with good white clouds. But it's behind us and slightly to the east of us.
Left of the screen.
Yep, that is the problem area. That's the direction from which the winds blow and the rains follow. And that's exactly what we're having now. So the ground staff applying even more covers to the big tarpaulin that they have out in the middle already. So this might just be a slight delay. So they've moved from lunch from 184 for 3. It's now 193 for 3. So they've added 9 runs quickly, but of course aided and abetted by that 4 overthrows that gifted them those 4 runs. When you consider that it was a run-out attempt, but the backing up was a little bit faulty, and I don't think Joshua James was able to get around properly to stop it. And since he might be carrying a slight injury, he obviously didn't complete the job, and it went past him. Once it got past him, it was 4 runs. So that's the situation here. They put in the covers on again, and as soon as we're able to get a little resumption in play, we will be able to bring you that. But it's 193 for 3 now, 23 to Richards, 25 to Henry, and as soon as we have some more play, we'll come back here at UE Spec. Thank you very much. Well, a short break here once again. Just a couple of minutes, not too long. And this one even shorter than the one before. Thankfully, the ground staff, they were able to get the covers on, so I don't think it got too much of a wetting on the wicket itself. And hopefully the players, the wicket wouldn't change its mannerisms. But it will be lane to continue. So sometimes when the wicket gets wet, it could freshen it up a little bit, and the ball starts to zoom around the place. But we'll see if the wicket changes its character in any way.
Well, it wasn't really exposed for too long, Ruskin, but you're right what you're saying. Even a little sprinkle can add some life to it. Let's see if that is the case here.
And he's cutting. He's going to get 4 runs. And Richards is that type of a batsman. He will give you a chance. That's because he loves to score and score quickly. So he goes racing along now to 27.
Well, they scored 112 in the first session, mainly through Kamil Puran and Damil Evelyn. And that wasn't bad going because they have been scoring fairly easily too as well with the other set of batsmen, Henry and the Mario Richards. So they are staying within striking range. I think if they should finish this session between lunch and tea, and they should get anyway close to 100, you know, that would put them in good stead, because with the score at the moment, 197, you know, probably 100 runs in the last session wouldn't be all that far-fetched, Ruskin.
Yeah, they need a further 189 overall. They have 7 wickets in hand. 197 for 3.
Shot.
And that's another beautiful shot. That too is going to run away for 4 more.
Yeah, well, that was the shot of the day, really. Stretching that front leg right out to the pitch and driving square on the offside, opening the face on contact. There's a man at skirmish cover. There's a backward point, so he did extremely well to bisect both of them.
So that brings up the 200 for the CCC. And again, we have 2 batsmen. They're 2 young, talented batsmen who are probably relishing this opportunity at a run chase here. Bishop, though wary of them getting out on top of him, they're going for another quick single, and they will get it too.
Yep, the man at square cover is fairly deep, and even though that ball was struck and was traveling fairly quickly, they were still able to get an easy single. So it brings the left-handed Henry on strike, and the field changes over. There's a slip, backward point, cover, short extra cover, and mid-off on the offside. On the onside, there's a man backward of square, 3/4 way to the boundary. There's a short mid-wicket. And the long on, there's also a man on the deep mid-wicket boundary. Joshua Bishop, he is in a 6th over. He had a couple overs yesterday.
He's got more runs here. They might think of a second, but it's not on. Good work out in the deep by Ned to limit the scoring to just the 1 run. So they've gone past the 200, and they're just counting down now. See if they could get it maybe down to 150, and then look at possibly getting it to 100. And every time you get to one of those landmarks, you kind of assess and see what you're doing right, what you need to do more of, whatever it is. It's what it is. The end of the over, 201 for 3.
I think with normal cricket and proper running between the wickets at the end of this session, they should be close to 300, and then in the final session, they can make another assessment. But the main thing is that they have to keep wickets in hand. They can't afford to be losing too many wickets, because that's when the run chase would become very difficult. They must have wickets in hand, so even though the asking run rate goes up a bit, they can always still get that with some lusty hitting, but they have to have wickets in hand.
That's obviously the key at this time. But Richards and Henry are both showing good aggression, trying to capitalize on anything loose.
I feel a bit here for Ewan Lane. I don't think he was handled all that well in the second innings, even from yesterday when he was taken off just too quickly. After just 2 overs, he was taken off the attack. And then this morning, even though he started, I don't think the tactics was all that spot on. He was more or less wasted, but here he is, around the wicket to the left-hander, and it's a good line. Pitching just outside off stump and coming back into the left-handed batsman. He had to hurriedly get the bat down to keep it out of the stumps and his pad. Plays it to the man at short mid-wicket there. No run. This looks a slightly better field here than he had since yesterday. There's a slip and a gully. Backward point, cover, mid-off.
Wow, and that one just took off again, and it could be, like I said, once the rain falls on the wicket, could freshen it up a little bit, and that one just climbed past the head of Richards. I don't think he knew much about that one.
Well, that was not an easy delivery to negotiate there. Steepling bounce here from Lane, and it had pace as well. It took off so sharply that the wicketkeeper was leaping high in the air, trying to get up there with one hand, but still it eluded him. This is what I was talking about, Lane.
Almost just putting a catch back to the bowler.
Yes, he has that ability to produce wicket-taking deliveries. You can't take him easily, Ewan Lane. I think with the right guidance and proper coaching, I think this guy has a long way to go.
And you'll be happy to know that Andre Russell started the IPL with a bang. 64 not out from 25 balls.
Well, that's Andre Russell we know, Ruskin.
3 4s and 7 6s.
64 of how many? 25?
64 of 25. 32 minutes of carnage. They got to 208 for 7 KKR. No Sunil Narain. And that one keeping low now, so he's going through the full gamut there. One jumped, almost took his head off, and now just to play one down by his ankles. So they go through there, but Sunrisers Hyderabad in reply, they're trying to make a fist of it. Henrik Larsson, 43 from 23. That ends the over. At the end of it is 208 now for 3.
So Lane having to toil here a bit. He has conceded 39 of 10 overs. No wickets in the wicket column for him. Don't know if he's going to bowl another over or 2. But he's still creating some problems for the batsman. Every time he bowls a short delivery or bouncer, the batsmen seem to be in some trouble.
He certainly has the ability to do things with the ball. His height is good, and a nice another kite there. Despite the rain, the kite flyers are not deterred by it at all.
Welcome back.
Yep.
Welcome back at the UV spec. 208 for 3. Richards on 28 from 32 and Hendry on 30 from 38. Game evenly poised.
Yes, the one appearing for a catch at the wicket. Not out, says the umpire. The batsman is unmoved. And Henry goes for a little walk, does some gardening. And Tuckett is not happy at all. Neither is Bishop.
Yeah, all the players close by.
The thing about it is that once the umpire has ruled, there's very little that you could do about it.
To change it.
Especially if they don't have VAR, you really don't have much of a recourse, you know. And but this is not what the players should be doing. It's almost like they're trying to embarrass the referee now. They're just, the umpire, I should say, they're just laughing at the umpire. And I don't think they need to extend it that way. Just allow the men in the middle to do their jobs, because cricket is a funny game. And especially with umpiring decisions. You know, sometimes they go in your favor, other times they go against you, or what you think might be against you. But I've always said the law of averages suggests that it probably balances out itself, because there are times that you might have been out and you weren't given out, and there are times you feel you went out but given out. So, and you know, when you look at the whole gamut, it probably balances out itself, because think of how many times you probably got hit on the pad and the umpire said not out, and everybody was appealing, thinking you out. And then the other times you flash at one, didn't think you got an edge, but the umpire raised your finger and you had to go. 208 for 3 at the end of it.
I think no batsman is said out LBW. But this game is nicely poised here at the UV spec. CCC is putting it together, and they are on their way to make a game of it. They need to be scoring at every session, at least 90 to 100. I think they got that in the first session.
The thing about it is that I think the umpires have been consistent throughout. They've you know, there have been a lot of appeals and a lot of close decisions that probably favored the batsmen on both sides. So it wasn't like it's just happening for one team.
Yeah.
And you know, so when players react like that on the field, you know, inadvertently, I would have to say, it's almost like they're showing up the officiating, and that could never be the case in a game, because without the umpires, it's not happening.
I think this game evenly poised. If CCC could get at least another 80 runs to the T session, they will be going in the last session very well poised, balls for runs to achieve this target.
If these two can stick around for an extended period of time here, and bat, if they stick together maybe until close to the T interval, or maybe beyond T, both of them can score quickly, And that's a funny shot, but it's going to reap him a couple runs. And in fact, he's going to get a single. That's good work by Dom out in the deep there. But certainly he was not in a position to play that shot. And he was almost on one knee, and then he just kind of fanned the bat like that off his head, almost to flick it off his face.
On his knee with a pull hook.
And he got a single. Almost got 4 runs for it as well.
I must say that Siddiqui Henry has looked good since he came to the crease. Played a couple lovely shots. I think the shot earlier on was the shot of the day. 208 for 3 after 43.2.
He has been batting well. But it's that whole scenario where batsmen are getting into the 30s and not carrying on. Here they go again, thinking for a minute of a second, but it's not there. And I think they'd be better advised to watch that. The big fella, Alain, is back on the park now. He's off for a little bit, but he seems to be running freely.
I think the position of this game is nicely placed for both teams, for young players emerging. It's you have to think, you have to have your thinking cap on here, both batting team and fielding team. And to restrict either each other from getting there or both being bowled out.
This time he's trying to play a tennis shot now. But that one was just looping up and was there asking to be hit, but it was at such an awkward angle, an awkward height for him that he swatted at it and missed.
Although Lane haven't taken any wicket, but I thought today's spell was really impressive. He put in a lot of effort into his bowling on this placid track. The last over we saw one take off from a good length.
And then one kept very low.
Very low.
So it's a real mixed bag sometimes on the wicket. But he has to attack the stumps as well. This time he's pulling it and he's going to get 4 runs.
It's a good pulling that forward a square.
Dom had to run a couple meters to his right, but he never had a chance. And now he's on all fours trying to retrieve the ball.
When a batsman pulling that short ball forward a square, it's a very good shot but difficult. So that's show the type of form he's in, how he's set. He did forward a square. Total goes to 210 for 3. Henry on 31 from 45. Richards 29 from 36. That completes Lane 11th over. None for 45.
So they're asking, the total is coming down all the time. It's 176 now. So they're just keeping things interesting throughout.
Ruskin, 76 more runs and then there's a even 100 to get.
Yeah, but I suppose the wickets column is the one you're keeping your eyes on at all times. And Bishop, I'm sure, striving here for a wicket.
The thing about the CCC, they have some depth in their batting till 7, 8, which is good. They have Yannick Otley still to come. Got 99 in the last game, 28 in this first inning, I think.
And that's a gift. That's 4 runs.
4 runs.
Anytime you bowl there, in fact, they do have a short square leg, and Joshua James is there, but he never had a chance.
I don't know if Joshua James is carrying an injury or anything, but I haven't seen bowl a ball in this match as yet.
Yeah, I think he's nursing a slight muscle injury, so they're operating on the side of caution and not asking him to bowl. I don't know if things get dicey, and they might ask him to round his arm a little bit.
I think CCC doing well with from their opening partnership, which set the pace here for them, and they just continue with it. Hendry and Richards.
So these two have started to stitch together a nice little partnership now. 35 and 33 respectively. And they want the single, but then they decided against it. Lane fumbles it, but recovers
very quickly.
quickly enough to deny them the chance of getting the single. 218 for 3 at the end of the over.
You know, both Hendry and Richards is stroking the ball sweetly, and I think they're on top of their game. Just waiting for the bad ball to be punished, or any ball stray off, and that's the key to this game here. Punish the bad balls and pick up a couple singles and rotate the strike. Naeem Young has taken up the attack from the top end. See, he has put no third man again, a fine leg instead.
Naeem Young is the one who's picking up the attack now. These two have added 61, an invaluable 61. So they're just trying their best to keep things in front of them. They haven't gone kind of gung-ho as yet at the bowling. They don't need to. They've been scoring every over, every other over. They're getting a boundary.
I think the last 15 of us could be turning out to a nice little T20 game.
Could be.
See Richards driving in nicely to mid-off, coming on his front foot and just stroking it.
So again, that total keeps coming down all the time. 4.84 is the current run rate, which is excellent.
See, remove the first slip and bring him short extra cover. No slip now. A gully. Deep cover point, cover, extra cover, mid-off.
And if you're hearing a flapping sound behind us, it's because the tarpaulins are flying behind us here.
Heavy breeze from east to west.
It's really ideal weather to put up the mad bull. We had quite a few in the air yesterday. I saw just one a short while ago. But I think the children will be home from school pretty soon if they're not already. This one is on the pads and not out, says the umpire.
You know, he has a gully and no third man. Really, no. I can't recall any ball going through the air in the gully area though. It would have gone more go through fighter within second slip, third slip.
Young just varying his pace here quite nicely as he starts to get into his work. Not really at full throttle just yet.
387 is a huge total again, but you know CCC has it I think a bit under control right now, and they are heading into the last session well poised.
So they're gonna have to hurry here, and yet again they can't pick up the ball, and that's the scenario there. Bishop was chasing after Joshua Bishop, but when he dipped, he came up with air and couldn't hold the ball in.
That's the end of the over.
So that completes another over. 219 for 3.
After 46 overs. Require 167 runs again. You know, if CCC do win this game, it will be an excellent run chase here. Well calculated. If they get the required runs.
Well, these two are set now, so it's a question of which one or both of them, if they can carry on and get a really big score. One of them will have to get a big score. And here they are again, trying that sweep shot. There is a man there, that short, fine leg position. And
Joshua James, is that there?
yeah, but if that ball passes him, just stays right, almost guaranteed runs, if not a boundary.
Definitely one of these two batsmen will have to be going to the end. If not, both of them going in. But till tea time will be the crucial time. Until tea.
Yes, a loud appeal for LBW. Again, they're pleading with him. That one did come back in and hit the back leg. And, umpire indicating.
There been some bat on it.
So we've had 2 interruptions because of rain, but they were not lengthy interruptions. And then, of course, we had a delayed start this morning because of the rain by a half an hour. Which is
5 men on the offside.
Henry just getting himself into a little bit of a tangle here against Bishop. And I think it's the lack of pace on the ball from Bishop that is giving him the most fit here.
Coming quickly onto his front foot.
This is a quicker delivery that could run down the hill.
Oh, well
brilliant
fielded
from Lane. And they're going back for the second run. That's excellent running. And but he saved 4 runs there. He saved them 2 runs by just sticking that right, and not in the approved fashion of defending the ball, but he certainly got his big paw down and sort of backhanded it and denied them the boundary there. That's the end of the over. 222 now for 3.
Very tall guy getting on very low down to stop that ball. Great effort. Must say CCC is moving along very nicely here towards this target.
Like I was indicating to Raja, the first target would be to get it under 150. And then you keep chipping. You get it under 125, you get it under 100. And then you could start thinking of how you're going to get, the last set of runs. And he's going to get a single. He wants a single. It's not there. And good fielding once again from Lean. Sprinting, of course, to his right this time.
Good back it up too.
Doing the fielding.
After Lean had a long spell and he looks agile in the field.
The batsmen, although they want to pinch as many runs as possible, they also have to be careful. They cannot be reckless with their running between the wickets. This time they are able to complete a very easy single. So Richards goes to 35. Henry is back on strike on 38.
I think after this round they have a 2 weeks break for the Easter. Then they resume the last 2 rounds in Jamaica.
And I think that because of the competition rules, teams can do a little chopping and changing from that next round. They can add some key players, drop a couple. Well, maybe some players may have to fall off for different reasons.
I think Naim Young just average slow medium on this spell. He's not as quick bowler, but I think this spell is more of a line and length, varying his pace. I think he's in the West Indies setup for a little while now. Haven't really exploded or really carry on as they may have wanted him to.
I think it's part of the development, but as he develops, you have to add something. You know, like every year when we see you must be adding something to your game. That's well played. That's brilliant. That's going to run away for 4.
That's 4. Lovely shot by Hendry. Coming on his front foot, just straight back past the bowler. Always a lovely shot in cricket. All batsmen dream of hitting that, playing that.
Didn't waste any effort at all. Just came onto the front foot and just stroked it nicely, and pushing the score along all the while, bringing that deficit down. They're doing it with singles, but they're also doing it with boundaries.
227 for 3. Require another further 153. 159.
The over comes to an end, so it's 222 for. So loss, it cannot be 222, we just went past 222. So I will double check that score for you.
227.
227 for 3.
First wicket falling at 121, the second wicket at 155, and the third wicket at 157. Shamara Brooks was the last wicket to fall, LBW.
227 for 3. You need another 159. If you can keep plugging along and scoring at 4 and over. I think by tea time you're right where you want to be. You might lose a wicket or 2, but you try to maintain the scoring rate.
Hendry on 42 from 64 and Richards on 35 from 42.
.73 is the current run rate.
That's excellent. I think from the start of the day's play, CCC didn't look to play for a draw. They came out positive, and I think they had a plan to chase down this score.
So now they're trying to put the pressure back on the bowling team now. The left-handed Richards.
Coming on his front foot and opening the face. Bishop at firstly running around.
Mario Richards at 35 after a good innings in a half century in the first innings.
Again, Richards coming on his front foot. He's playing it in front of him.
Showing good patience here, because normally he would jump down the wicket and have a go, but here he's showing good restraint and obviously trying to be very selective as to which balls he's looking to attack.
Quickly sent back by the non-striker.
So it's really just a situation here where they have to sort out the calling, who's doing what, because one is saying yes, one is saying no, and you have to be very, two things with calling: you have to be decisive and you have to call early. So if the call is yes, then make it early. If the call is no, make that early as well.
Sun in all his glory is at UV spec after the short interruption for rain. It's very hot here now.
That ends the over 227 for 3, a maiden over.
Still require 159. Richards on 35 from 47 and Henry on 42 from 64. Naim Young will continue from the northern end.
CCC came close to a victory against the Leeward Islands last week. They just couldn't get over the line, and they made a fist of that until the bottom kind of fell out for them when they ended up losing that by 3 wickets.
I think Cornwall got some runs in that game.
Yep, he ended it with two boundaries just at the end. The depth remained not out. And Naim Young, although he isn't like tear away, he's keeping the batsman quiet with that change of pace. He's down on pace at the moment. So I don't know if that is deliberate, or I know he went off the field earlier this morning after he received a blow to the hand, but that was his left hand.
But he's doing the ideal thing here, slowing it up on the wicket. Runs difficult to really come by of him. In right forward, and then the last over was a maiden.
There again, he put that left hand down to complete the fielding, and look at him now. He's in pain because that's the hand that got struck earlier this morning, and that forced him off to get treatment. And almost as if he forgot that the hand is injured, and he put it down there, playing with fire. And again, really searching, reaching for that one.
Wide outside the off stump. $227 for 3. Naim Young in his 7th over. CCC requires 159 runs to win.
They're going to have to hurry here, and they do. So that's good running again. Richards quick between the wickets. And, but once they stay positive, once they try to complement each other.
You can see Henry's hitting it hard off the back foot to cover, picking up a single. That's the last 10 ball. They have scored 1 run, a single. But all in all, the CC is still in striking distance. Even with Naim Young pace, I don't think that ball will go to the gully. The first slip might have been better off.
That's good cricket. Even though he wasn't in control of it, he still kept it down, and he was able to steal a quick single there as well. Just keeping the scoreboard ticking over. These two.
229 for 3 and 49.5. Strike rate at 4.60.
He's going with a big drive, but again, there is cover protection out on the boundary.
That sends the over. Naim Young, 7 overs, none for 29. CC requires 157 runs.
So 230 now for the loss of the 3 wickets. So it's good to see they're at least fighting, and they didn't just come and just start to throw the bat and everybody gets out cheaply. But they've taken a sensible approach to batting. They were kind of playing the ball on merit, and every so often when they get a loose ball or they get something in their arc, all of the batsmen have been more than willing to put bat to ball. Shamar Brooks, of course, missed out with a duck.
I think it's sensible batting, and they are playing according to the plan they have.
And we have to be careful here. He's reaching out to the ball way out in front. That one just lobbed up. Luckily, didn't go to hand. But the irony of that is there's no change in the field. And that ball he just pushed forward. The ball just left the bat at a bad angle. Now he's sweeping. And again, that's good work there. And James.
Ian Henry coming on his front foot, so just pushing it to short extra cover.
So the sun is back with us now. Certainly
all his glory.
Indicating that means, well, this one he's having a chance to get one. They want a second, but James had moved smartly.
Quickly onto the ball, James, from backward square. More a fine leg to forward square, he got it wrong.
Now the left-handed Richards is on strike. This left-hand, right-hand combination could cause some consternation for bowlers.
This one seemed to be drifting away to the left-hander a bit though. Keeper taking it onto quite on his left foot. That comes to the end of the over.
So showing good patience again. There's Richards.
Welcome, Mr. Anil Raja, back to the mic.
2:31 for 5 it is now. Richards 36-42 to Henry. Or rather 45 to Henry. 6 fours. Richards has 5 fours to his credit. So they require further 155 runs. All the while bringing that figure down. And remember, I would imagine the academy must be anxious to get a wicket here. But it's taken an inordinately long period of time to get the fielders in place.
Significant partnership so far with this pair, Siddiqui Henry and Demario Richards. So far they have added 74 for the 4th wicket, and that is exactly what the CCC needed. After losing the captain Shamar Brooks without scoring, things were looking a bit bleak at that time, but this pair has certainly repaired the damage a bit, and they are keeping themselves within striking range.
Yeah, they're certainly going about the business in a very professional manner.
Yeah, I thought the running between the wickets has been very good, Ruskin.
Yeah, they've been aggressive with it. I mean, they've had 1 or 2
Yeah,
kind of chances, some
indecision.
Yep. And but if they commit to running, even if it's a bad call, and you go through it, who knows? You may get away with it. But where the problem is if the man calls and the other one says no.
Yeah, hesitation. One says hesitation. That's when the
then you have problems.
yeah. Henry's on 45 and Richards is on 36. So
And again, the key to running between the wickets, of course, is to make that call early. and make a decisive call. Even if you're saying wait, but you have to make it early.
Oop, a fumble here by the wicketkeeper. Ball dropping just in front of him. And he didn't guard it cleanly. That will be a bye. So every single run counts. Because when you're chasing a total of 386 for victory, you would need to get every single run as possible.
Yeah, they have been forced to dig deep here. They can't just come and throw the bat. The bowlers are not giving them too many freebies. So they've been forced to work at what they want.
Well, Naim Young doesn't even have one slip in place. He hasn't bowled a lot of overs in this innings, Young. Oh
There
my.
he goes again with another one of those little paddle shots. Not in a position to make the pull shot, but he didn't do a full pull. He just
Well, I saw him play one earlier on when he was on both knees.
a swat.
And a swatting one from in front of the head. I had a big laugh with that. Yeah, yes, Naim Young hasn't bowled a lot of overs in this innings. He's just in his 8th over, conceding 30 runs. No wickets yet in the wicket column for the entire match for Young. He didn't pick up any wicket in the first innings, and he's following suit here so far. Good shot.
So again, the field placing is a little bit better. So that is the end of the over. 233 for 3 at the moment. A partnership of 76 runs. And Richards is 37. And Henry is on 45. And it's 153 required from here.
Well, that'll be drinks. There about 38 overs remain in the day's play. So it's a very, very interesting scenario here we are witnessing.
So while the players get some refreshment. As we welcome you back here, it's still a nice competitive match here. On the this is the only one that is playing. The other 3 matches have all concluded with victories, and now these 2 teams are trying to see who will get the better of whom, with a further 152 required, or further 7 wickets required as far as the academy is concerned.
It's evenly poised. It's a lot would depend on this pair at the wicket. They have done a wonderful job so far, keeping their team in the hunt. Here's Joshua Bishop.
This time he's really trying to punch that one through the offside, and there's no cover. When I say so, no deep cover. So if he gets it through, that could be an easy boundary for him. And they take a quick single again. They just got the fieldsman on his heel there, and quickly. And that's Alain, who was, I don't want to say he was sleeping, but he was caught napping there. You just have to be so much in tune with what is happening and understand where the batsmen are trying to score runs when you're in the field.
2 men in the deep on the onside. There's a long on, there's a deep mid-wicket, and 3 cutting the single, a short mid-wicket. It's the man just back for the square and a short fine leg. Oh.
Nice tease and delivery from Bishop outside the off stump. And Richards, I know, he likes to score. He likes to score quickly. He's on 37. He's showing good restraint here. This time he's trying to hit it past the bowler. Didn't get the middle of the bat, and they may get a second run. And you know, on this occasion they were really lazy with their running.
Yeah, that was easily 2 runs. Thought the man from long on had to run about 10-15 yards to his right. They had enough time to complete 2 runs there, but they missed out on the second run. Brings the right hand on strike.
And that's the thing, you want to take all the runs. You don't want to leave anything on the table, because could you imagine you end up short by 1 run?
Yeah.
When it's all said and done. And think about how many times Utley would have gone through his 99 and trying to figure out where he missed out on a single. This time he's going again, but he's afraid to use his feet, so he's really playing him from the crease and just not getting to the pitch of the ball. He remains 37, 47 to Henry. It's 235 for 3.
Well, that ball was right up to him really, but his head was in the air, looking to go big over wide long off. But he got the inside edge and skirted away behind a short fine leg. No run there. End of the over. And this battle here continues at the UWI spec. We are in for a grandstand finish, I believe. Let's hope it ends that way. Goes all the way down to the wire.
Is it Ned who's going to come back at the top end now as they try to put the squeeze on at both ends? They have their 2 front line spinners operating, and you have to feel here for Alain. Alain was bowling so well, and but at the break he was taken out of the attack and hasn't been seen from since. Hasn't been seen with the ball since, and, but I really felt that he was the one who seemed to have that little Midas touch.
Yeah, he picked up 3 wickets to have fallen.
So they're asking for the side screen to be adjusted, shifted ever so slightly. so that the batsman could be comfortable. So they're still trying to make sure that it's in the right position. And there you can see the hard working ground staff trying to make sure that everything requested of them is completed in a timely fashion. So 2-3-7 for 3 it is now, with the game really at that point where it could just tilt either way. If you get a couple wickets, you could get a lot of wickets, probably get a lot of runs at some point. And one of the other things that they could probably do, instead of sending Utley next, no, it depends on what the thinking is. Maybe Graves might be the one they could look at next. Another request for a single turned down by Richards. Because Graves really likes to get on with things. Goodridge is another big hitter, so maybe they can probably sacrifice one of them and say, you know, give me a quick 50 and let's see what happens. And now they're going to get that single.
Well, Ned has toiled all day. This is his 16th over. He's not yet gone in the wickets column, none for 49. And I think that they desperately need a wicket here, the West Indies Academy. But this period, the wicket seemed well entrenched. They've really settled in, and they've taken the attack to the West Indies Cricket Academy, putting themselves in a position where they can score what was an unlikely victory at yesterday's end of play session.
So this is going to be interesting here now. Does he take the challenge to go after Ned? Maybe try to hit him over mid-wicket, or even straight back past the bowler.
Well, no one on the offside is patrolling the boundary, no long off, no deep cover, so if he wants to take the chance to go over the top, he would have to try it on the offside. On the onside, there's a long one and there's a backward square leg on the boundary. Here's Ned. Driving, not timing it.
So the over comes to an end quickly. 2-3-8 for 3 now, just a single in that over. So the game just kind of meandering right now. Neither team, the bowlers can't seem to get the breakthrough, and the batsmen can't seem to get the runs right now.
This is where they're probably missing the Maratha, the wrist spinner. They don't have a wrist spinner on the side. Even though he struggled with the ball while he was playing in the first couple of days, a wrist spinner is a man who can always produce that wicket-taking delivery. Finger spinners are a bit easier to play, really. But when you've got a wrist spinner who is really pitching it in the right areas, Ruskin, he can be some problems.
Again, a little push and run. And, he'll get it out. So Siddiqui Henry gets another half century.
It's a good knock there by Siddiqui Henry so far. And Jan Lane has shown signs as well of being a very fleet-footed fieldsman. Very quick over the outfield. A couple of times he had put himself in positions where he could have effected a run out, but I guess the running between the wickets has been good as well. Very quick between the wicket, the spear.
Well, it's going to be a chance here now. Can Richards really change his gears a little bit? He would be the next one, iron a half century. Puran already got one. Henry has his, and now Richards is look like the likely next in line.
He scored fairly quickly, Richards. 38 coming off 58 deliveries.
He slowed down a little bit now because the bowlers are not giving him what he wants. So he has to be patient.
I think the academy would be hoping that young Johan Lane gets a good enough rest, because I'm sure that they would be dependent on him to come back with a final spell to try to pull his team back and see if he can win the match for them, Ruskin.
Yep, 6 fours from 85 balls for the 50 for Sadiki Henry. He's really played responsibly. Now they probably need him to carry on here. Cutting and not making the proper contact.
Yeah.
Ball trickles back to the bowler. End of the over, 240 for 3 now.
Final delivery was just a bit too close to him to play the cut shot. He was backing away to play it through cover or square, but he got a thick bottom edge and it just bounced in front of him on the offside.
So again, everything is going on at a fairly leisurely pace. The players are not like sprinting into positions. Everybody is just ambling around the place. It's not as hot as it was in the previous 3 days, but still.
There'll be a tired lot out there, Ruskin. They've been at it for the last 3.5 days. So
this is runs again. They might get a couple here. They're going for one. They'll get the second one, and I think that's all they'll be in it.
BC little player, Demario Richards, had a tough time when he was keeping wickets. And here he is now doing a yeoman service to his team with the bat and trying to get them within striking distance. They would have to keep their concentration. They would have to keep themselves concentrating very hard and trying to stay in it. Every single delivery here counts.
And they're going to get a single when they should not have gotten anything for that one. The ball was played directly at Alien, and he just bobbled it and gifted Richards a single. He goes to 42 now.
Well, the other thing about the bowling attack is that they don't have an off spinner. They have 2 left arm orthodox and the quickies, so not a lot of variety in the spinning department. I think the batsmen have gotten so accustomed with the left arm orthodox, they seem to be untroubled really.
And the 2 left arm orthodox spinners are bowling in tandem. He likes that cut shot, but because of the lack of pace, he's not able to get the power to work with. He's going to have to generate his own power. And again, good out cricket, good ball, good batting, good aggressive return to the keeper as well, just to keep the batsman in his crease. So you could just see the game here, just needing something. You anticipate something's going to give. And
It's fairly tidy over here from Ned. Kept things quiet there.
so it's 2-4-2 now for the loss of 3 wickets. 51 to Henry, 40 to Richards. So they now have to figure out how is the best way to approach this, maybe this last half an hour before the tea interval. They,
Batsmen, you mean?
yep,
Well,
because they're just going along and
yeah.
you know they're not really forcing the pace. Like I say, you don't want to leave too much at the back end.
Yeah.
So you have to at least give yourself a chance. You know, they're doing a good job not losing wickets, so they
Yeah.
preserve their wickets. And now they have to try and just add some runs to that now. It's a good delivery first up from Joshua Bishop.
Well, they're biding their time, more or less. I guess when the bad ball comes along, they're going to look to dispatch it, but they're not getting a lot of bad deliveries at the moment. Again, another good delivery here. Playing just inside the line. Passing the outside edge. That was close.
Joshua Bishop again just teasing. And here's the one coming back in, and he's given out LBW. It had to be because he didn't play a shot, and he just left shoulder's arm. The bat was high in the air, and the ball came back at him. No shot offered, and
Wow.
Richards goes for 40.
Can't understand how he's not playing a shot to that delivery. It was so close to the stump, and apparently it came back a bit. And in the opinion of the umpire, even though he was struck outside off, not offering a shot, you can still be a judge. LBW once the umpire is convinced that the ball would have gone on to hit the wicket. So that's the fall of a very, very crucial wicket here for the CCC. He's looked so good all the while, Richards, but he has to depart for 40, and that brings the score at 242 now for 4. So again, the scenario has changed, Ruskin.
Yeah, because I thought he has lost his rhythm a little bit. He was playing and missing a lot, and he just couldn't. And again, it's because of the lack of pace. He wasn't getting any pace to work with, so it was kind of playing on his mind, and he was kind of feeling for the ball a lot of times. Didn't get back to ball as he normally would, and eventually lost his wicket, not playing a shot.
Well, he left quite a few balls alone close to the wicket, I thought. And with the left arm orthodox spinner coming back into the left-handed batsman, I thought that was a dangerous sort of ploy that he was employing. And it has proven to be his downfall. He misjudged that one completely. It was coming back in, and even though, as I said, that he was probably struck just slightly outside off stump, not offering a shot, you can still get LBW if the umpire decides that the ball was turning enough to hit the wicket. So the new man is
McCarthy.
Yep.
Within McCarthy, again, who is the, I always say he is the answer to the trivia question. Twice now he's been the concussion substitute in successive games. And the man he replaced was the man he replaced in the game, in the first game. And there was Richards, the wicketkeeper. And here he is again, charged with the responsibility to try to give his team some momentum again. They've kind of stalled right now in terms of the runs. So it's 242 for 3, for 4 now at the end of that over.
so a breakthrough for the West Indies Academy, and Joshua Bishop is the man producing the magic delivery that got rid of Last wicket for Fallen, Richards. LBW for well played 40. So they have pulled it back a bit here, the West Indies Academy. Remember, they've still got Yannick Otley in the batting lineup. He had a score of 99 in the last game.
And he batted well in the first innings here as well. So they're going to rely on him somewhat. But he's not a quick scorer sometimes. So you may need somebody to just to up the tempo because the rhythm has gone out of the batting a little bit. The scoring has dropped significantly. So the bowlers are doing a fine job here, just keeping everything tight. And they're going to get this single this time. Again, not proper fielding, just sticking the body to the ball instead of putting the hands, Johnson. So Jordan Johnson gifting Henry a single. And it means that McCarthy is on strike now.
Fall over this wicket has tilted the game in again to the evenly balanced. Richards leave alone on a ball on the wicket. Probably came back a little bit onto him.
That was a loose one that McCarthy failed to put away. Short enough that he was on the back foot.
Henry.
And again, that third man region is unprotected. And the batsman will pick up two comfortably.
242 for 3. Require 144 runs again.
Actually, it's 245 at the end.
245
of
for
that
3.
For 4. There's a 4
For 4, sorry.
window. So Henry now is the one who will have to do the heavy lifting.
And 51 from 92. Again.
So again, the Bishop is continuing from that bottom end where he's bowled beautifully. He's not really giving the batsman much pace to work with. And so if they have to get to him, we saw Richards try to get to him a couple times and ended up having to tug the ball because he was not to the pitch. So they're not getting out to him. And trying to play him from the crease is proving to be very difficult. Here's a loud appeal for LBW. Not out, says the umpire, but they don't go for the run. And that is, again,
McCarthy's sweeping.
actually, that is Henry sweeping there. Once the ball is behind him, so that's really McCarthy's call. So once McCarthy called, then would have been a very comfortable leg by. And again, he just because he keeps reaching for the ball. And
I think in this spell Bishop has been bowling slightly slow and giving it a little more air.
so he's not judging the length of the ball very well. And this time he's going for the single, and he will get it too. So that should push the score by 1 to 246 now.
246 for 4. Henry on 51 from 98. McCarthy 2 from 6. Five men on the outside. Backward point, cover, mid off, short extra cover. That ends the over.
Yep, that ends it. That over now. So it's 246 for 4 at the end of the over.
59 overs bowled already. So if they get the full day play, should be 41 more overs.
Another 140 runs. So they probably just need to go just under 4 and over the rest of the way. That's a good delivery.
Current run rate is 4.17. They require 140 runs again. Seen Ashmead net from the northern end. 18 overs, none for 55.
And once again, they get a single. They might get a second run if he hurries. Yes.
That's
and
good running.
They're going back for the second run.
I think the West Indies Academy has really squeezed them a bit in the last 6 overs.
Henry goes up to 54 now. .248 on the board, 54 to Henry. And he did get a half century against the Leeward Islands, so he's showing that he's quite competent, but he needs to carry on. I think somebody on CCC has to get a triple figure score. Today's as good a day as any to try to get it.
Huran missed out on it to 88.
So there is a slip and a gully in position now, because that ball is jumping a little bit from Ned at this top end. And this one is in the air, over the inner ring. It's going to bounce once, twice, 3 times and into the boundary. That's 4 runs. And nothing that James could do about that.
First boundary in a little while.
So he goes motoring along now. 250 is on the board.
252 for 4. We're in the 60th over. Require 138 again.
He wants a single, but it's not there. Again, McCarthy has to be aware of what the plan is. And if there's any hint at all of a single, then you want to be ready to run. You can't send back your teammate here. Probably would never make it back. A little bit of football there from Ned, and almost give them the single.
That ends Ashmead Ned 19 over, none for 61, 252 for 4. CCC needs a further 134 more runs. I think if they could get it down to 34 more runs and then the last session with 100 runs, as I said earlier, it could be a T20 game if they go at it.
It's, still within their reach here now, but they have to play smart cricket from here. But somebody has to, as they say, take the bull by the horn and try to get these runs. That's a good shot. That is 4 runs. He's not getting that today. That's going to race away.
McCarthy cutting that hard backward point into the boundary for 4. I think CCC will definitely be playing for a victory. I don't think they are anyway looking to draw this game.
They're batting well. They came out last night, played very positively. They came this morning and continued in that vein, and that is without being reckless in their attack and in their approach. And now they're putting themselves in a position here where this is a catch, and he's taken the catch. He drove hard at it, and good catch taken at that short mid-wicket position. And that is the end there of McCarthy going for 6.
After scoring playing a good shot backwards skill for 4 and hitting his short mid-wicket. Good catch. Coming into bat is Yannick Otley. 256 for 5. Require further 130. I don't think he really looked to hit that ball mid-wicket. He may well looking to go mid-off. But the slowness of the delivery, he had to end up tugging it to short mid-wicket.
Again, it's the use of the feet. He was trying to get to the pitch, not getting there, going through with the shot. And ball, it's almost like the bat spun in his hand, hit the inner portion of the bat. And it was a good catch taken by Dawn too. Just was drifting away from him at mid-wicket. But he used his levers, kept his eyes on it, and was able to get it in both hands. So another breakthrough for the academy. Joshua Bishop's now 1 for 58.
15.1.2.
It's 58 for 2, I should say. 2 for 58. And immediately Utley is off the mark. So this could be the decisive partnership here, because this is, for all intents and purposes, the last pair of recognized batsmen. It's really the all-rounders to come after this. So these two will probably have to see them through to tea and well beyond. And that's well played. He's going for the second run. He's going to have to hurry. And he does well. And that's because James is really struggling to run around the boundary. Couldn't really attack the ball as he normally would.
257 for 5. Henry moves to 58. Yannick Otley on 1. As you rightly said, this is the pair will have to carry them till tea.
Certainly, they just have to be responsible with their stroke play. They just have to pick the right balls to hit. And especially when you're facing up to Bishop. Bishop is a very cagey bowler. And so you have to be well aware of what he's trying to do.
I don't want the Yannick Otley always put a prize on his wicket. Any cricket he play. I've seen him from under 19 zonal cricket. He always put a prize on his wicket.
So it's 259 for 5 at the end of that over. So they're bringing down that asking rate. It's 127 now. So they're right where they want to be, but I'm sure they'd much prefer to be a little further along and probably not having lost that additional wicket a short while ago.
McCarthy.
But to their credit, the academy, they've really tightened up significantly with their bowling and their fielding. They look a much better unit now.
In the last 8 overs, they have struggled. CCC have struggled to score at will. See Ned from the northern end continuing his 20th over. Bowl a lot of overs in this game.
Hasn't had the kind of success that he would have liked, or even what his captain would have liked, but he's still plugging away. They're doing a job at one end, and
That's well fielded by Ned.
trying to keep the pressure on at his end, and even if the wickets fall at the other end, at least he would be doing his part. Yeah, missed stumping. He couldn't collect it down the leg side and tuck it. He went down there, but he bobbled the ball. In fact, he kicked it all the way back to the man at mid-wicket, and the chance was gone.
Bit little difficult though.
Henry was changing legs there. Again, plugging away. This is a decent spell from him.
4 maiden ball in this so far.
Trying to keep things tight. Looking for a wicket all the time. Won't get it there at all. 260 for 5 at the end of it.
The maiden over requires 126 runs again. Presently strike rate at 4.20. How long was left in the game? 28.
So right now it's just a question of who will hold their nerve the longest here now. Will the batters take a get after the bowling, or will they just keep it? That's cut hard, but a nice bounce there for Ogis, the substitute.
In my calculation is correct. There's 28 overs left in the day. 15 plus 13. 15 in the last over.
So equation, things just tightening up here now.
I think Bishop is bowling. He's bowling the ball quite slower, and I think this is what is giving the batsman some problem now. None of them using the feet to the ball.
Again, because the cover point is so deep that you can't contemplate a quick single.
And mid-off and mid-on is normal.
And this is where I was telling you earlier. I really felt they should have gone for one of the more aggressive batsmen, just to try to unsettle these bowlers. Right now they're just wheeling their arms over and plugging away. But if you had a Goodrich or somebody who could just come and maybe just for 2 or 3 overs, just
A quick 25, 30 runs.
yep, that could put some real panic in the. At the end of the over, 261 for 5.
63 overs already been bowled. 261 for 5. Joshua Bishop 17 overs, 2 for 63. Henry 61 from 114 deliveries, and Yannick Otley on 2 from 7.
Again, these spinners getting through their overs
very quickly.
rather quickly, so. And there was a chance of a single there, but again.
I think you rightly said it. So someone like Goodrich could have come in there instead. See if he could just up the tempo.
And then if you need to kind of pull things back or just defend, then you have a Yannick to come later on. So it's this is the, I suppose this is the period here now where the academy could probably stifle the CCC. And Otley slightly out of character there, trying to hammer that one, coming off thick on the edge, but I suppose he probably knows that he's under pressure to keep scoring, keep the scoreboard ticking.
Henry's on 61, taking strike. One of the things I haven't seen with this is none of the batsmen use their feet at least to come to the ball when it's flighted.
That's a skill in itself. That's something you have to practice, and you have to practice that a lot because different bowlers, because of the variations, you kind of like have to figure out where the ball is going to drop or where the line is and where the ball is where you're gonna meet the ball when you're chipping into the ball. The end of the over, at the end of it is 262 for 5.
Game very nicely poised, balance on both teams. CCC has to try and walk around the ball a little more and pick up at least 3 to 4 runs and over. Until the last 15. I think the CCC batsmen could use Mr. Anil Raja or Prakash Musai as a coach so that to be coming down the wicket to the ball. They were excellent at that. .262 for 5.
This obviously is the period here. Things going according to plan for the academy.
Yes.
They just need to just keep things tight. Don't do anything strange. And the batsmen are having real difficulty now getting the ball away. That's why I was suggesting that maybe somebody just to get them to maybe launch a few big ones out of the ground and force the bowlers, or even force the captain to maybe change the bowlers.
Or the field.
Bring back one of the quicker bowlers or somebody who you could probably pinch a few boundaries off of.
I think Yannick Otley is not this aggressive batsman anymore. He's an accumulator of runs. He will stay around there and, hit it here and there. Once you bowl in his strength, he will hit it. Otherwise, he will just walk around the ball. And that's his strength. And he plays within his limitation.
But it sort of puts all the work, that's tea time, because all the work that was done before kind of, almost wasted in the sense that if they were right on spot all the time, chipping away, and now it just seems as if it's like a bridge too far because of that. So Utley remains on 361 to Sadiki Henry. It's 262 for 5. They still need a further 124 in the final session. Five.
15 plus 10. 24.
But the thing is, if they continue to bowl these spinners, they will bowl more than 10 overs.
You're still grabbing it in that kind of way. You will make all kind of thing come up here, volume going down, all kind of thing.
In an hour after two, they will probably bowl more than 10 overs in
the
the
wrong hands now.
They're going through the overs so fast. So they might actually be forced to bring back one of the fast bowlers. Just to slow down the amount of overs they're bowling. What I was saying, they should not have sent Yannick. They keep it out if things go wrong. They have Graves and they have two big ones. Fellas hit the ball hard. Ian Goodrich, let them come and swing it down, but he having a difficulty getting the bowling away. So couldn't send Yannick, but Yannick can't really score that quickly.
We're doing Princess here. We ain't doing no spray painting.
You know how much to do at Prince?
I doing the Prince Bonio. Tell you about machine. The same JC by then I doing the Prince.
I still have man trying to rub me.
Again?
It's the same. Again is any Prince here want all them said that thing I build the graphic for you and we print it.
Everybody know you, but the man say again. Jeez, boy. Yeah.
Let's get today we go. Saturday.
What happened?
For something in the kitty.
I don't tell you how to organize your stories every day.
Something in the kitty before you go there.
I don't tell you how to organize your stories long time.
Long time.
Long time.
Long time I say it. You need to rub you long time. I'll leave it for a long time.
I waiting to hear the horn blowing there, something like that to pop. Joel, come and take this from me now.
Nah, I can't. And I won't come down here like back now. All of my bricks and shit. You know, I think that man.
I don't understand you.
You know you go get it up tomorrow.
Well, you know exactly what you have to do.
Yeah, I text him. You read it, he never respond. So you know what we're going to do tomorrow? You know he can't call me again.
Let's call him say, a gentle reminder, no?
Oh.
Shall I pick you up in the airport? I just to make sure he forgets it.
No. He can't go to the airport. Next thing you know, he drop the man over, he get nothing. So tell him on the way home.
Drop it for me.
Drop it for you, yeah.
He's coming in tomorrow. But I say that's an attempt.
But that is the wrong time because when he coming in tomorrow, what time?
They're coming in late.
You see this what I'm
coming
saying?
in tomorrow night.
Yeah, so you're back to square one anyway.
What I say, I send a text.
What's your partner coming to the way? Yeah. Alright. Yeah.
Open now. Tell me.
Was that?
You're saying 28 overs remaining.
Hmm.
Not 28. 54 yesterday. We are minus 50 from 88. Total overs.
Okay, so in terms, so it's
We have 24 before the last hour.
before the last hour. Yeah.
24 plus 50 got 50. So minus 30
So how much of that is 24 remaining now?
Huh?
No, it's
So
24
what we
plus
are now? Stop at what time? How much you saying? Over now? Past we stop.
65.
How much on the screen? Minus 30 from that and now remaining 38.
Oh, okay. So if we
Okay,
so if we take off these, right, so we have 52,
To go.
right?
We are at
So you get 90,
75.
right? You get 75,
We get
and
79.
then you get the last 15, right? Yeah.
That 23 can get an 80.
And then the 15,
And then
yeah.
15, alright.
Yeah.
23
On
plus
the
15.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right, 38 overs.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that make it easier for them, right?
20 overs. This 38. That's all.
Yeah, they get them, the 15 is the extra.
Last hour.
Yeah, that's the last hour. The 15 is the last hour. So really there are 23 overs remaining.
28 is 38 overs in all. So it's 23. Because as
Plus
it,
15.
yeah.
When I was saying 23 now, and then the last hour you're 15. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. I played the overs still. But if they go over the last hour, which is 5 o'clock, what is time now?
No, they can go until 6 today, you know what I'm doing.
Well, CCC have enough plenty
That's
of
why
us
they
in the
change it.
Plenty time to make that runs.
Like they're making up these rules on the fly, you know. 38 in a session, you know. 19 over the hour.
Canada versus Trinidad match starts soon. Let's get the update now. Don't shoot them on foot.
What game is that?
Canada versus Trinidad.
Want to make 1,000 runs over, right?
Yeah, rescue and text you, man.
Mm-hmm.
I send you man a text message. Just a reminder, you man. I send a give me an update as to what going on with the cricket tomorrow. Also, a reminder of the cash as well. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Barry text you never reply. So you know what we're on. By the time I leave here, and I don't get a text or a call, I want my business tomorrow. You know what I mean? But what we start telling him, we're going to call him later and tell him about the equipment. You should tell him pass with the call from the airport. Or just tell him you're the van man.
The ladder.
Yeah, the van man had to come with the ladder.
A man came with a van and picked up the ladder the last time. So I don't call and tell him, you know. The ladder man, let the ladder man come and pick up the ladder. I'm not staying here and wait for nobody.
Hello?
We need to go take the call and tell him.
I show them monitoring.
Yeah, but then we gotta wait till the ladder man come.
No. No, I get it. No, when I checked the money, it wasn't added
Big
up.
tuning.
When I went and checked the money, it wasn't added up. The bushy mark, what remained on the book.
Go! That truck is jamming on. See that truck? Look at that truck,
When I checked it, it
jamming.
had 16 something.
It's going through on today.
Will this play for anybody?
Huh?
Will playing for anybody?
No, I get it. I gave for the phone usually. I buy something for you. When I checked it, it was 46 and I checked it.
They're not the only people, me and them are good. Yeah, that's the people.
Yeah, when I checked it, it wasn't
Yeah,
matching.
good.
When I reached and checked it. All I want to score a million runs down there, right? No, but when I checked the audience morning, 46, I think I checked 46,000.
Roughly required one, it is just over
Yeah.
3. Or,
Get him on for that time of the game.
so they only know say that big it then.
But you see them fellas, they're tying them down. So they
Yeah,
don't look like they're scoring runs.
Oh,
For the last 6 over, we scored about 8 runs. And
Nobody could pick, they could always pick up the tempo, but the 3 point something, 3.2 over hard.
No. There's your last player.
The bad run rate is 3.2 something. They really needed it a big hit in, you know.
Well, we were second in a row.
Well, we didn't know it was so much over. I want to be right way.
Yeah, no, you can't count the runs the over about yesterday. That was yesterday's overs.
Yeah.
Today's your start is 90 over there trying to get through to today.
If you need 124 more, it's 58 over. I run it at 3.2 something.
234 ball.
Yeah. We could name boundaries and get up.
Yeah, not so much as batters, and they probably have a better idea on what to do.
Well, them knowing what going on now, we know that in matter. We don't come and tell we will be checking around.
In that scenario, Yannick is easy and was the correct man to say it.
So what's that back going on?
You don't got it. Connection.
This is the final handicap here. So it is a good round, you know.
You were yeah, classic. I never like horse racing. Like all out to show me how to bet.
How do I fish with it?
They don't like Instagram, you be like to me about this thing. Coach,
Go on Instagram and all my
go on here.
12.
You play cricket, so.
Yeah?
We
No,
go on
no,
one
son,
hand,
no
and
text
then
message here, boy.
we go on in
If they can keep the equipment.
You bet it.
Well,
To do the game tomorrow, so give me the over.
in you well.
Yeah.
I see how good
So there's some US team playing at 50 over getting the
yeah,
over.
17 relationship.
So that's the game you want to
I
do.
gonna put
That the game you want me to do.
Okay.
But I said on my text.
I know
But like, you don't scrambling up to sort out things.
I should tell him bring the money for Joe.
Yeah.
That's a good one. That's a good one. That's a good one.
You gonna buy Shadi?
Last time.
Like,
You go follow that change. Sit up there. Yeah. I said, don't forget that little boy. Yeah. You know what it is?
That's a slap. That was a slap in the face. One time.
Well, I tell you.
And that backhand. That backhand slap taken one time.
Welcome back to the UE Spec here in St. Augustine on the campus of the University of the West Indies, where we have a really nicely poised situation here for the CCC. They're 262 for 5. Remember, their victory target is 386, so they're 124 adrift at the moment, and they have another 38 overs in which to get those runs. So that's 20 plus the 15, 25 plus the 15 overs. So it could be very interesting the rest of the way here now. And these two batsmen, especially Sadiki Henry, who is on 61, looks well poised here now, but these two left-arm orthodox spinners have also been doing a very good job for the academy. Ned it is who is going to continue. So I think, Raja, both teams would have had a chance to assess, discuss, and make plans as to how they're going to approach the rest of the way here.
Yes, good afternoon again to you, Ruskin Mark, and good afternoon to all our viewers. The stage is well set here. We've seen some good cricket so far since we started this morning. The target 386, remember the CCC, they closed that yesterday at 72 without loss. And today so far they have carried the total to 262. So they need 124. They've got 38 overs to do it. Whether we're going to be able to get in the overs is another question. But the required run rate is just over 3 runs and over. 3.2. You've got a very well set batsman in Sadiki Henry. He's been joined by Yannick Otley, and you've got batsmen to come like Jediah Blades. Most of them are bowlers. Rashawn Greenidge, Kelvin Marcus, and Joshua Graves. So they'll be hoping that this pair can stay a while and pick up some runs, Ruskin.
Yeah, they're going to rely on these two to at least get this score under 100, if not under 75, and maybe even closer. And then hope that which of the two who might still be there could carry them over the line. But they need something big, something positive from these two. And hopefully they'll be able to deliver for them. Both of them have scored some good runs so far in this tournament. And one getting to 99. We've already seen Sadiki Henry into the 60s here. So they both understand what is required. It's now a question of can they deliver, or will the bowlers cooperate with them?
Well, Henry would be the key. Sadiki Henry. He's 61 not out. He's got to get himself back in here after the interval. But I don't think that should be all that difficult. And at the other end is Yannick Otley. Otley, of course, he had 99 in the last game that he played, and he got a few in the first innings there. He is on strike. Oh, that's a good delivery.
Lifting.
Yes.
And good extra bunks there.
Yeah.
And again, just to clarify for our viewers that at T, they still had the 38 overs. We had 25 overs remaining in the day before the 15 overs in the last hour. So that is what would constitute the 38 overs the rest of the way. And we've had one so far. This is the second since the interval.
Well, that's going to be a couple of runs here down to final,
Yes,
would
they
it?
have
Or
to
just
consider, well, they really have to run a little bit faster than that to try to put pressure on the opponents.
thought it was going to be just a bit too close there for that second run, because the ball was traveling pretty quickly, and the man down at the deep fine leg boundary was closing in very quickly. No need really to chance getting a run out there. Sadiki Henry would be the man really. He would have to take his team home because he's got more or less the bowlers to bat with after this pair.
And two minds there. He started to play, and then he wanted to started to play on the front foot. Then he wanted to adjust and maybe play the cut shot. But again, a little extra bunks there for Bishop.
Yeah, Bishop has got 2 for 64 off 18.4 overs.
Making life difficult.
Only he and Aline have been successful with the ball. None of the other bowlers were able to pick up wickets.
And I'm a little bit surprised I haven't seen Aline again since the lunch break. He hasn't bowled at all since. And he certainly did the business for them earlier.
Well, I think we are going to still see them later on, Ruskin. We've got him and Joshua Lane. I think they would be dependent on both of them.
So that completes that over. 264 for 5 now.
Yes, Aline got 3 wickets. He got the first 3 wickets. And he definitely would be looked at in terms of trying to get the remaining wickets. But having said that, the CCC, they are not under a lot of pressure in terms of the run rate. You know, just over 3 runs and over required. So you don't need all this sort of big hitting and boundaries. You've got 2 very experienced men out there. Yannick Otley, very experienced at this level because he played for the CCC a couple of years ago. I thought in one of those years they actually won the tournament.
It is the problem for them though is if they lose one of these 2, then they're back to square one, and they don't have that accomplished batsman to come to kind of shore up things for them at the back end. So that was the thinking of if you send one of the big hitters now and he can get you some quick runs, then at least you know you still have that insurance policy to come later on. And when the tension gets high, if you don't have somebody who has been there and done that, could change things drastically.
Yeah, you're right, because even though the required run rate is just over 3, I mean, you've got the tail enders to come after this pair, so that can create some problems. Looking for 2. No, they've decided against it. That man on the backward square leg boundary was closing in very quickly. Joshua James, is it?
That's Worrell.
Worrell looks similar in stature to Joshua James, 2 of the bigger guys on the academy team.
So one by one, they are filling up the basket, chipping away at these runs. So this could very well go down to the last set of overs in this game if they continue to plug away there, the bowlers, not giving anything away, and the batsmen not able to get boundaries. So it's 266 now for the loss of 5 wickets, 68 overs completed.
Too close to call, Ruskin. I mean, in the space of 2 deliveries, everything can change here.
So it's really, like I said, who will hold their nerve the longest. And,
I think Yannick Otley, because of his experience and the fact that Siddiqui Henry is in good form, very well set, and he goes for a big hit here, Otley, an inside edge.
They should get a second quite comfortably as well.
Yeah, he was looking to go over the man at mid-on, came into him and he got the inner half of the bat, scooted out to the man at mid-wicket, and he picked up 2.
We haven't seen much of by way of the sweep shot in this because the bowlers have been the lengths have been pretty good.
Well, not only that, they are basically bowling the off-stump line. Dangerous to sweep from that line. That's very well played there by Yannick Otley. Head right over the ball, getting out with that front foot and bat close to pad. A ring of fieldsmen on the offside. Otley drive into short extra cover. There's a mid-off. There's a cover. There's a man just behind square, and there's a backward point with a slip. That's the offside field. On the onside, there's a mid-wicket. There's a mid-on, fairly deep, and there's a man on the backward square leg boundary.
So again, another tidy over from Bishop, keeping things very quiet indeed. 2 runs first the ball, but he's been spot on ever since. And that completes another tidy over from him, keeping things quiet for the most part. 268 now for 5.
Well, they got their quota there. They got even more than that. They got 4 runs in that over. So under no pressure really with the required run rate. The idea is that they've got to keep their wickets in hand. And hopefully by that time Yannick Otley can come into his own and start to score a little more freer.
So you have Graves, Blades, Matara, Marcus, and Goodrich to come. Well, you take off Matara because he's out of the lineup. McCarthy replaced him in this squad. So it's really just the all-rounders, so to speak, or and the tail.
Ashmead has struggled all day. 23 overs, none for 64.
And this is bowled him. He just came forward and missed the ball completely, and it just clipped the top of the bail. And he's bowled for 63. So that is the end of Siddiqui Henry.
Well, that was a fairly soft dismissal. Very nonchalant indeed there from Henry after he's looked so good and they were depending on him heavily at this stage. He came forward. I don't know if the ball just turned away from the forward defensive prod Ruskin and clipped the off stump. That would have been a good delivery, but very soft dismissal from here.
Well, I think the angle that he was bowling it from, he probably picked up the original line that he would bowl. Only this time he probably went a little bit wider and angled it past the bat.
He played the wrong line.
And the arm ball coming back in and just clipping the top of that off bail. So Mario Graves is at the crease.
Henry goes for 61. That's the fall of wicket number 6 and
Actually 63.
63. Okay. Yep. Well, he's now exposed the tail here. The new batsman is Romario Graves. But two distinct noises there. Bat onto pad. But they're going up with the appeals regardless. Trying to exert some pressure on the umpire. A lot of fieldsmen now closing in to stop the single. You got 4 men on the offside trying to cut the single and 2 on the onside. There's a deep extra cover and there's a backward square leg on the boundary. Those are the 2 men trying to cut the boundaries. He's got a slip as well. Here's Ned. Graves yet to score. It's only his second delivery, or the third matter, as a matter of fact. I'm sure that we'll be seeing Joshua Lane pretty soon. That's if they are held up here, if the spinners are held up. But I don't think we are going to see Ned coming off the ball in anytime soon, because he just picked up that most important wicket there of Henry.
So Graves attempting a really big one there, but the over comes to an end. A maiden wicket for Ned. 1 for 64 is 268 now for 6.
Yes, and some distance off really. It was always going to be a tough ask really. 386 only in the 4th innings of a match. It's not an easy task.
Yeah, but to their credit, they've really been fighting from the start of the innings all the way through.
Yeah, it's been a good battle.
Yeah, they've hit a bump in the road here now. And this, how can they get themselves out of it? And then this is, I suppose this is the challenge now for Yannick Otley. Just how does he kind of take this game by the scruff of the neck?
Here he is.
He's just in the air, he hits it well, just clears the man at long off for 4 runs.
Well, you were asking the question about him, how he would go about it, Ruskin. He has answered you immediately. Using his feet, that one was flighted a bit, and he got right down to the pitch, lofting it deliberately, wide off, long off. And that's a good hit by Yannick Otley. So he's now the senior batter at the wicket, having lost Sadiki Henry. Sweeping.
That's 4 more. He
Yeah.
played that better than the one before. He placed it well away from the man at deep square leg. So back-to-back boundaries now from Otley.
2 very good shots. He was rolling the wrist on contact and making sure that he kept it all along the ground. And he didn't go too fine with the shot. He hit it pretty square down to the backward square leg boundary. So that's 2 very important boundaries here from Yannick Otley.
276 now. So it's 110 more runs required.
They would want to be bowling more of the deliveries to Romario Greaves. He's yet to score. Otley moves on to 15.
I'm not sure, like the ball got wet or got into some sand or something in the corner there. They're just trying to make sure that it's nice and dry. He's going to get the single eventually. A little bit of a misfield there on the part of Worrell.
Yeah, he was under no pressure there whatsoever because the call was no. And he apparently took his eyes off the ball just as he was about to intercept it, and he didn't feel it cleanly eventually, and they were able to go through for a single.
Graves just trying to sort of play himself in, but it's only a matter of time before he has as we say, have a dip. It's 16 to Otley. He's yet to score. It's 2-7-7 now for 6.
I want to think that anytime soon we would see one of the Pacers coming back, with a defensive feel. I can understand now they're coming back with a defensive feel. If they are to bring back the fast bowler, not like the way they started this morning. Started completely defensive this morning, and they had a new ball, they had fresh fast bowlers, and they had a big total to defend. Yuan Lane would be a problem for these low order batsmen. But the fact of the matter is that Ashmin there just had a wicket, and he would be continuing. $277 for 6. They require 109 more runs.
They're going to get that single, so keeping the scoreboard ticking over. 278 now with 108 required. And I could also tell you that the Kolkata Knight Riders have defeated the Sunrisers Hyderabad by 4 runs.
Oh, that was a close call.
208 for 7 with Russell leading the way with a gutsy half century, and then he picked up 2 wickets at the back end, and Sunrisers got to 204 for 7 as well.
There's a big inviting gap down at the deep mid-wicket area, so if he's thinking about looking to go in that area, he might have to go across the line. But once you make good connection, it's going to be some runs down there. Goes
Yes,
for
so
it.
it's hard. That's 4 runs. He really got to that one. It's pitched up to him. He didn't need a second invite. 4 good-looking runs.
Well, that's a very good clean hit there. He didn't look like a tail-end batsman at all there. Romario Greaves picked it up very early, Ruskin, and
against the Leeward Islands, he was one of the top scorers. He got 58 in that game. And Goodrich, who's next to come, had 75.
Well, of course, at this level, even though you're batting at number 11, you have to have some batting skill, because there'll be so many times that your team would need you as a batsman, even though you have been selected as a bowler. And you've got to up your game. You've got to try and improve your batting skills. So that's a good clean hit here from Greaves.
So it's 282 now for 6 at the end of that over.
Yep, and the bowling column, Aline 3, 2 to Bishop, 1 to Ned. And again, Naim Young not amongst the wickets. He didn't get any in the first innings, and neither in the second innings. So he's had a pretty disappointing match.
It's 104 now required. So they have the long off right out on the boundary. Waiting for that lofted drive that Otley, what they hope he plays.
Oh, that last shot that he played down to long off there, he did open the face and he went wider than the long off. I think he should be aware of the man down there.
I think as if he's getting to the pitch of the ball, then go straight.
Yeah, he can
Don't
go
even
straight.
open the face.
He
Go
can
straight to
even
the
go.
side screen.
He can even go to the long on area because the man at mid on is at normal mid on.
That's a much quicker delivery again from Bishop. So the IPL is up and running. And Andre Russell had a good all-round game. 64 not out and 2 wickets. So Narayan picked up 1. Didn't get many with the bat. Again, trying to force it through the offside, but no way through on that occasion. 282 for 6 at the end of the over.
Good clean bit of fielding there by Johan Lane. He's been impressive as a fieldsman. Usually you don't find the fast bowler being athletic and fleet-footed on the field as a fieldsman, but he has shown us that he is very skillful as a fieldsman, very quick as well.
So still 104 required here. And just to finish off on that KKR game, Russell was actually named the player of the match.
Well, that's not surprising because that innings that he played, Ruskin was just up 25 deliveries.
64 from 25, 64 not out. And
5 sixes?
2 for 25, yeah. 7 sixes, I
Oh
think,
my.
and 3 fours.
Whoa. These type of players can send a crowd in a frenzy. Oh, no.
Thought about the single, Graves, but Otley had turned his back on him.
Yeah.
They don't want to really have any kind of miscommunication here, especially with the running between the wickets.
Well, Otley a bit prematurely had resigned himself to that being a dot ball. But the bowler himself didn't really feel the ball and the single was on, but Otley, as you said, had already turned his back. A ding-dong battle here at the UWI spec in St. Augustine as the CCC battles away to try to get to this target of 386. They're going to pick up a single here as Graves whips that one down to a wideish long on. Will bring Otley on strike. Otley is on 17 from 40 deliveries. He's taken his time since he came in, except the previous over when he hit consecutive boundaries over long off and then at square leg.
We have a number of international friendlies taking place at this time. Brazil and England is one of the big ones. Goalless at halftime.
And the others, do you know?
I'll check and tell you how some of the others are going, but I know they were focusing on that particular game.
Could be a couple here.
I think they
No.
settled for one early.
Yes. Backward square leg coming off the fence pretty quickly, keeping it to a single. Graves played a very good clean hit from that end in the previous over. Still probably designed that big gap down a deep mid wicket. There's no one in that area from long on all the way to backward square leg, nobody in the deep.
284 for 6 at the end of that over. 102 more required. I wonder what the mindset will be once they get it under 100 runs for both teams.
I think they might just proceed in the same manner because most likely they would get in the overs if needs be. Because we've seen in the first 3 days the game was called off and the light was extremely good. So that 38 overs that they had to bowl since the resumption after tea, I think they would have enough time to get them in. Goes for a drive here. Otley's got to be careful if he's not to the pitch. He's got to make sure that he hits it on the ground.
We'll get this single this time. The lane is fairly deep.
I think that they missed an off spinner here, or even a wrist spinner. You know. Ooh. Just got to be careful leaving those balls alone with the left arm orthodox spinner coming around the wicket with an angle. Can always get that ball to drift in with the arm. Sweep in. Fine.
Yep, there's a man there.
Yep. That's a good position. They got that man in there. Even though he gets the sweep shot very fine, he can still run around to his right. But the main thing is that he's cutting the boundary down there. Oh, that's very well bowled.
Probably stepping out there. You could see him thinking about.
Well, he almost tempted him there. It was a flighted, slow delivery, but he was deceived by the slowness of that delivery. Good variation in pace here. Quicker delivery this time, and Otley pushes it out to extra cover. No run, end of the over, and at the end of the over, 285 for 6. They require a further 101 runs.
.286 for 6. Yannick Otley's on 19 from 44 and Greaves on 6 from 16. The combined campus colleges need a further 100 runs.
This is where Graves may very well have to take some of the pressure off of Otley a little bit. And he can do it. He just has to be very selective in the balls that he chooses to attack. And if he can put some runs on the board, that would make life so much easier for Otley and make the bowling, the fielding team, put them on the back foot a little bit.
Nicely turned around the corner by Greaves for a single. Ashmi then in his 27th over, 1 for 71. For the 99 runs required now.
I was just saying, Austria beat Slovakia 2-0. A man scored in the first minute of play. One of the 2 goals scored. One was scored in the first minute and the other one was scored in the 82nd minute. And that first minute goal wasn't scored in a minute. It was scored in less than a minute, but it's registered as in the first minute. So it's the fastest goal in international history.
Very interesting.
And I'll give you some other scores. Another comfortable single
So
to
he's coming
Utley.
on and stroking in on the long on. That completes Ned 27th over, 1 for 73, 287 for 676 overs. Yannick Otley on 19 from 48 and Romario Grease on 7 from 19.
So what it means is that they're under 100 runs now required. So they need a further 99 for a victory.
And I think CCC has a lot of overs to get that.
So as it is now, it's Republic of Ireland 0, Belgium 0. That was a full-time score. Brazil, England 0-0 at halftime. Argentina 3, El Salvador 0, full-time. Peru 2, Nicaragua 0. The final score, Zambia 2, Zimbabwe 2. 6-5 on penalties to Zimbabwe. Kenya 4, Malawi 0. It's a full-time score. Ivory Coast and Benin 2-all. And Austria 2, Slovakia 0, Switzerland 0. And Denmark 0. That's a half-time score.
So Jamaica really had a hard game against USA, I think 2 nights ago. Last minute or the last few seconds in the game, America equalized and then coming to win 3-1 on extra time.
It happens so often. Germany are leading France as well. And that game is only 3 minutes old. And Germany already in front. And Tunisia and Croatia are goalless. The two have just started.
At least stroking is a short extra cover. Bishop in his 24th over, 2 for 78. At least driving it to cover. No run. Again, Bishop giving this ball some air. Again coming on his front foot and hitting it straight to a short extra cover. No run. So in this last spell with Bishop, he's giving it a lot of air. At least sweeping this one to down to backward square. Joshua James is on the bunk, runs in and pick it up. Get a single.
So Graves has been very watchful and hasn't really launched himself just yet. That completes another over. 2-8-9 now for 6.
Require another 97 runs. I think with simple batting here and accumulating runs should put CCC in a very easy position to win this game. The only thing for them to lose this game, I think, is by losing wickets here now.
Yeah, that's the name of the game at the moment. Is to preserve your wickets and just keep plugging away. At some point in time, you're probably going to need a big over or two just to kind of ease that tension and throw the pressure right back on the on the fielding team. But they're going to live and die with these two spinners.
Bishop has gone 27 overs, 1 for 73. See Ashmin Ned from the northern end. I think Yannick Otley is the key to here. Once he remains to the end, I think CCC could or will get this required runs.
Yeah, he does have the temperament to bat long, which is what is required in this situation. Somebody has to try to bat through.
think this is a good test for the both team. They are all youngsters, and I think all that will happen. They will learn from this to go on.
That's the whole idea of putting them in this situation, that they become familiar with playing under conditions like these, where you have to be competitive all the time.
And thinking the game.
This time he's going to get it through, so it's been hard work for him. He hasn't really been able to really root along. Just that one over where he got the 2 boundaries back to back. Other than that, it's been a bit of a grind for him.
I think the both bowlers are bowling the ball, giving the ball a little more air, and I think the batsmen are constantly playing it from the crease. No one is really getting out of them. It's a quicker delivery, this one.
It's well bowled again. And well, I'm happy to see that at least Otley is employing the sweep shot a little bit, because up until just a few overs ago, that was almost non-existent against the spinners.
Well, I think that's the get out of jail shot for a run, the sweep shot. The broom.
290 for 6 now at the end of that over. Bringing the equation down to 96 more required. So close and yet so far.
I can tell you, I played with a guy called Cupid. I must admit, he was one of the best sweepers I've seen in National League cricket. He played some good, few seasons with Wanderers Cricket Club. He was an excellent sweeper of the ball.
Yeah, there's some batsmen who are good at that. Some sweep in the air, but then they clear the fence. But others sweep along the ground. They can actually get on top of the ball. And but you have to, 2 things with sweeping up. You could sweep from outside the off stump. But you have to make sure and get the pad outside the off stump. And the other thing is you more or less have to keep your head very still. So you could see the ball all the way to the bat.
But I must admit, he was very good at that.
And he's going for that cut shot that, again, how many players we've seen on both teams lose their off stump with the ball hitting the base of the stump, attempting a shot similar to that one. Playing on the back foot, and that cut shot getting them in trouble. So Graves kind of like in 2 minds here. He's not playing his natural game. This is not Graves' the usual approach. He's more of a run getter. He likes to take on the bowlers. This time he's sweeping well, and it's only going to get a single.
The first inning he was very aggressive. The little while he was there, he was aggressive in the first inning. .291 for 6 and 78.3.
Yes, they're going to have to hurry here, and they do. Not much that they could do about that one. That one was very well played. Johan Lee had some work to do to get to the ball, and by that time, Utley was quickly through.
We also see the standby third umpire officiating. Mr. Braffett is off.
So that completes another over, and at the end of it, it's 291 now, not 292 rather, for 6.
Required 94 runs for victory. Strike rate at 3.71 at the moment for the CCC. What's your thoughts, Ruskin, at this point?
They've lost probably about 2 wickets more than I think they were to be comfortable. And even if they were still in this same situation in terms of runs, But it's that wickets column that I think that they might be just ruin the loss of a couple wickets, a couple extra wickets, as one would say. Now, had it been this score with just 4 wickets down, they would probably have been sitting pretty and thinking that they could really take a few risks. Right now, they can't afford that.
Well, I think at least 5 wickets. I think Henry wicket was a very important wicket. He was a set batsman and batting well.
Plus, they don't have another left-handed, another recognized left-handed batter to come and probably go with the flow with these 2 left-arm orthodox spinners.
Between both of them, they have already gone to 50-something overs.
They've done the job for their team. You can't fault them for that. The captain has entrusted them with that role, and they've really answered his call.
Yes. This is when you have one or two bowlers on your team, and the captain can call upon them anytime to give you a long spell and an accurate spell too.
Again, they thought of a second, but it wasn't there. Good anticipation again with the fielders.
And being a left-arm orthodox, both of them, they will have more control with the ball.
Ashmead Ned, been around for a while now. Again, these youngsters did well at the youth level, so they are now just making that step up. This is the transition phase for them.
I think the couple of games in CPL he played for Guyana, they say he did well.
So, of course, at some point, the captain may have to consider just giving them a breather, one of them or both of them, a little bit of a breather, and see if somebody else can't buy him a wicket, price out a wicket, just change the look. He's going to have to hurry here, and again, they run very, very well. And Lewis Lane rather could do nothing about it, even though he was attacking the ball, but he's so deep that the batsman had more than enough time to complete that single.
I think if he has to go to any bowler, he has to go to Arlen. Arlen is who picked up the first 3 wickets.
And the thing with Arlen pitches the ball up, so that is a consideration that you have, but he was certainly on target with his deliveries. They're going to take a little bit of a breather here, and I'm sure again we'll have another assessment made, so we'll see what happens there. So 80 overs completed, 296 for 6 now, another 90 runs needed. So welcome back. The players have had a little bit of a little break from the tension, and now it's this is the final stretch, so to speak, for them. Although we have another phase here where we have 22 overs left in the day, so roughly 7 overs before the mandatory 15 in the last hour. So things could change one way or the other.
At the water break, you saw both coaches out on the field, you know, giving the final instruction.
Athlete trying to pierce that outside field and not able to. There's a backward point and a cover fairly close to each other.
Short extra cover.
Again, sweeping. This one is in the air for a bit, but it almost spun past James there. And
Put on that big hand.
yep. But that could so very well happen because the sun is in his eyes there. It's at the height now where it's very difficult to field in that backward square leg position on the eastern side of the ground because you're looking straight into the sun. And,
Single to Graves. Carries it to 297 for 6. Yannick Otley's on 27. This single carry Graves just 9. A further 89 runs required.
so he's being very watchful. Of course, they would have discussed the approach that is needed. There's a appeal for LBW going down leg. He was really just trying to turn it on the onside and got a bit square on that occasion. Nothing doing there. Just gonna have to wait. It's 298 for 6 at the end of the 81st over.
A complete Bishop 26th over. 2 for 84. 298 for 6. A further carries Yannick Otley to 27 and Greaves on 10. Further 88 runs needed.
They have roughly 21 overs to get those runs, so just under 4 runs and over, so just about 4 runs and over, I should say. So can they somehow hold their nerve long enough to do that?
I think at this stage CCC have just lost 1 wicket a little too much. I would have the little I've seen with Goddard, I would have promoted him to come next.
So they're still resisting the temptation to make a bowling change, and they're going to persist with Ned. So after a lengthy discussion, yep, Young decided to stick with what has worked for him so far. And Graves trying to force the issue. I know he's probably boiling inside, trying to cut loose. The bowler's not cooperating just yet.
This one is back foot and hitting it at point.
And again, I think he just needs to relax and play the game. Just let the game come to him. He's a big, strong man.
Another dot ball. Score remain at 298 for 6.
Try and pick your spots as to when you're going to take that chance, because you know sooner or later he is going to have a go.
Quicker ball from Ned.
So he's really been asked to curb his natural instincts here. Graves. This is what you call a good team effort. Everybody trying to contribute in some way with the bat. And
A maiden over.
299 for 6 at the end of that over.
The last 15 coming up very closely. Have another 3 overs and plus the 15. Need a further 87 runs.
Well, we just saw the game in the IPL end. KKR won by 4 runs. So I wonder if the same thing will happen here. And that's a real gift. Every time you could bowl on the pads,
Just turn it around.
you just turn it. There no risk being taken.
That IPL game, both teams score over 200.
208 and 204.
See Greaves come down a little bit with that little aggression and then finally playing it down.
He's going with it, and that's a good hit. That's an almighty hit from Graves. And that's gone for 6.
Massive shot.
Right in his wagon wheel there, and he just delivered. So that brings up the 300. Well, he did flight the one before, and Graves took a step out, but he didn't go through with the shot. This time, he decided, well, he was going to swing for the fences and connected beautifully.
Two.
So they're counting down now. They're past the 300 mark.
It's a 304 for 6.
So they've just been plugging away and doing his part. That's the end of the over. Just the one big hit in it. And CCC just churning around all the time. So another 81 runs or so needed.
It is going to come down very close with the required last 15 overs to be bowled. The weather is very good still, hot, shining, and bright. Continue with Ned from the northern end again. Yannick Otley is the batsman on strike. It's 305 for 6. Otley's on 28 from 70 deliveries. Romario Greaves 16 from 37.
This could be a couple more here, as this one is tickled very, very fine indeed. And did he get it? No, he didn't. A little bit of a clumsy attempt at cutting that one. He probably would have been better off just playing it with his boot. But Worrell tried to bend down. He's a big fella and had to go far to get down to that one. It probably just eluded his grasp and struck the ropes. 4 more.
I'm not seeing Allen on the field.
305 for 9. He was on and then he went off. At,
Mid-off.
I think this is him here at mid-off.
No, that's Joshua James.
James is at mid-on. He came on the field and then he went back off.
I think that's the next step the captain has to one of his bowlers. But if he's off the field, that's the next problem.
Just one hit the edge and it's gone down. It's difficult for the keeper to take that one because that one went down after hitting the edge. And one more to Utley. He seemed to have everything covered and then somehow he missed it. Well, he didn't miss it entirely. He got the edge. And but he was living dangerously there.
309 for 6. I think with two young emergent team here, CCC and the emergent West Indies team, it's a classic game here for both teams to bring out the thinking cap from both sides. It's a learning experience.
So Ned trying to finish off another over. And Graves not taking any risk, so it's 310 now for 6. So they need a further 76 runs and 84 overs completed. So if you're thinking the last 15 overs,
that's 90 deliveries.
you feel they could get 75 runs, but that's a lot given how these spinners are bowling.
But they still have 4 overs again still to go.
So you want to get it down to probably under
60.
maybe 60 or just under 60.
In 15 overs.
Yep. So if you could score
at least
3 or 4
runs
over,
over right now. You go there for the 16 runs, look at them to 326. And they will have 60 runs in 90 balls.
Yep.
They are 3.69 right now, not bad for chasing 386 runs.
So this has been a good concentrated effort.
I think it turned out to be a top game, first class game. With the other 3 games finishing within 3 days and a session, 2 days and a session, and going in early into the 4th day.
Yeah, one finish in 2 days and 1 session or less than a session.
Yeah.
One finish late on the 3rd day and another one finish early on the 4th. And this one is going right down to the wire.
And these are our future players, so it augurs well for them. I think Yannick is a key here, together with Grace, to going at least up to the last 15, to start the last 15.
Grace watchful there. A little bit of extra bounce on that occasion. And but you have to tip your hat to these two left-arm orthodox spinners. They're different, similar yet different. And they certainly made life difficult for the batsmen. This one is trying to force it a little bit. And if anything, he was looking to go across it slightly. Luckily for him, he kept it down and away from everybody. There's that backward point there, as well as that short cover, kind of square cover. And that's played powerfully, but no way through. Lane, fairly deep. He's the deepest of the
I can 33
on the offside. Yep.
33 from 77 deliveries. Playing Anchor roll here for CCC.
And Joshua Bishop finishes yet another over quickly. And Utley remains on 33-16 to Graves. And it's 3-10. So another maiden over.
So 18 overs to go left in the game. It requires 76 runs. Joshua Bishop 28 overs, 2 for 91. Very long spell today. Yes, humid condition.
Actually, if they start the 15 overs at 5 o'clock, if it's now 4:38, they may actually have to bowl up until 5 o'clock before the 15 overs actually begin. You know?
So you may well get more than more than 4 overs.
Yep. That's why I was saying all along they needed to bowl one of the quicker bowlers just to use up the time. Because you don't want to bowl
extra
overs.
I think this is what these youngsters need to know. At least the coaches should be helping them along the line with that.
Because I remember there was a time that used to happen to India. Because they were so predominantly a spin attack, they used to bowl more than 90 overs in a day. Because by 4:30 they finished bowling 90 overs.
You're just hitting it, coming on it from runs, hitting it mid on for an easy single. Carries him to 17.
Those days India would bowl like 100 overs in a day because it was mostly spin, from the very beginning of the day's play. And while a batsman will have to face more balls, the bowlers also bowled a lot more overs than would have been necessary under the rules.
And they're just hitting this one to cover. Seen a little drop of the shoulder from Ned when he's delivering. Now that's have a long spell. Just dragging it down a bit now.
So Atlete's trying his best here to try to pierce that offside field, but not having any luck doing it.
This is his 32nd over. So 311 for 6 at the end of the 86 overs. Combined and CCC requires a further 75 runs. Yannick Otley's on 33 from 8 and Romaro Greaves 17 from 44.
Well, this is where they know how to be smart, and it's a pity that I don't know if they could see. I'm sure they could see the scoreboard down on the fine. We can't really see it all that well, but you're probably thinking, boy, if they're gonna see how many you can get at the top end here before we even get to those 15 overs, and because you don't want to the less runs you have to get in those 15 overs, the better for you, because you also want to factor in if you lose a wicket, then you may have to consolidate for a little bit at some point.
The last 15 will be 90 deliveries. 90 deliveries are a lot of deliveries.
Yeah, but you may use up 2 or 3 or 4 overs just trying to get back on track if you lose a key wicket. That's well played. They've gone for one. He should come back for a second, and he's gonna have to hurry, and he made it. Oh, he's given him out. Well. I really thought he had made it, but the umpire says he is out, and he will have to go. But that is the last thing they wanted at this stage. Romaro Greaves coming back for a second run, and he was just short, according to the umpire, and that is it. 312 now for 7.
Good pick up by Joshua James and a good return right along the stumps to the wicketkeeper. Very close call. From up here, I thought Greaves made it. That's That starts another scenario here now with the fall of the 7th wicket. A new batsman to the crease. Is it Goddard coming in here?
Goodrich.
Goodrich. So I hand you now over to former Trinidad and Tobago middle order batsman Mr. Anil Raja to carry on.
So 312 for 7 at this stage. So Goodrich, of course, is a powerful hitter of the ball. Do they let him play his natural game, or will he try to do what Graves did, which is try to just support Yannick Otley at the other end? So this is a crucial phase here now.
Well. Some late drama here, Ruskin Mark. That was a very unfortunate run out there for Romario Graves.
Good powerful shot there that Naeem Young made the stop. So high fives all around for that brilliant stop, because that was traveling. Goodrich is a powerful hitter of the ball. Bishop really has been putting in the work here. This season is 29th over. 2 for 92 so far.
Well, they're sticking with the spinners. They're not looking to bring back any of the fast bowlers. I thought that probably we would have seen Johan Lane coming back on the attack, because he is a fairly attacking bowler. He's got some pace as well. And this being the tail end here now for the CCC. It's going to be around here.
So we got a leg by to just add to the score. So try to bring this down to as little as possible, and maybe then eventually get over the line. It may very well go down to the last pair, Anil. You never know.
Yeah, so I told you from early on, this is going to go all the way to the wire. Good bit of fielding there in short extra cover.
So that completes the over. 313 for 7.
So the equation now, Ruskin, it will be what, 73?
73 runs required.
Are we sure about how many more overs? Are they going to start to check the overs at 5 o'clock, the last 15?
Yep. That's the latest they could start it, I would
Okay.
imagine. So,
Well, still a lot of overs to go.
still a lot of time.
Yeah, let's suppose they get in about 4 overs between now and 5 p.m.
Because if you check it out now, this is what, 87 overs, you minus the 13 from yesterday.
So that'll be 75.
Right? And you would put 15 would bring it to 90.
Okay.
Right?
But we still have some time before we reach 5 o'clock. So we might get in a couple more overs.
Yep.
The thing is, they've lost 7 wickets. I fancy bringing back on, as I said before, Johan Lane. Give him a defensive field, give him a slip or two, and have some men saving run on the outfield. Because he's got pace. He bowls some good short deliveries, and with the tail end there, you know, anything can happen. It's an easy single down to mid-on. He's fairly deep. That's Lane.
Goodrich. Goodrich is he's a competent, but he's really a big hitter. That's what he is. So which role they're going to ask him to play here, or which mood is he in? I think is more of the question. Does he feel it's too much tension for him to just be prodding, and maybe just try to blast his way out?
Yeah, it's pretty tense out there now. But they've got the very experienced Yannick Otley. He's on 33. So he would have to more or less shepherd the rest of the other batsmen. But still, you would need the other batsmen to play their part. Ned, 1 for 84. He's in his 33rd over, so he has had a long day at the office today. Hasn't had a lot of success, just the solitary wicket. He has a backward square leg, a short mid wicket, and a long on, fairly deep. That's the onside field. Flighted, driven to cover, no call for the run there. No chance of a run there, really. Probably inviting Otley to go for that big hit because the mid-off and mid-on, they are not right out.
Again, just playing it much too quickly to get to mid-off, and can't get the single at this point in time. So it remains 314 for 7, with Goodrich now on 2. He will be the one on strike. Utley is on 33, and I just feel if Goodrich becomes a little bit, if he gets that, what do you call that, brain fog, where it just becomes so tense for him that he may very well see, you know, the best way out of trouble for him is to go long.
Well,
Key to is if he hits it, it could go a mile. That's a problem. It's if he can get at Bishop and Ned.
Well, let's see what the field looks like.
He's
Out.
cutting and he's out, caught behind. He's trying to play a shot that really was not there for that, but the ball wasn't there for that particular shot. He was trying to cut a ball much too close to him. And he goes for 2. It's 314 for 8 now.
Well, that is a decisive turn here. That's the fall of the 8th wicket. Goodrich didn't really contribute much, just getting 2 at such a crucial position. And knowing that they just lost a wicket as well, this probably is a signal that the academy, they have taken a decisive favorite rankings here now. They look as the favorite to probably pull it off here, Ruskin.
Yeah, they are firmly in the driver's seat at this point, that particular wicket.
Yeah, 2 quick wickets going down here, and the complexion of the game has changed here drastically.
So now it's really how can Utley manipulate things here in his team's favor. He's really going to have to rely on the last two batsmen to help him achieve what looks highly unlikely at this stage.
Yeah, it's now become very difficult because they will need what? Some 73 runs still, and they've got just 2 wickets in hand. You've got the last man padded up to come in.
And even Utley himself seems to be cramping up a little bit. His back. I think he's had an issue with his back over the years.
It's a little hold up in proceedings now. What is it? Is it a water break or what?
Yep, they're just getting some refreshments. And Yannick Utley just getting some attention there because...
So that's the equation. There's 72 runs needed, 2 wickets in hand, and
So I think now the umpires are probably trying to get the players back into position. Utley is down on the ground. He was on his stomach. Now he's rolled over on his back, and now he's sitting up. So he obviously is in a little discomfort. Has a fresh pair of gloves.
The players would be pretty tired at this point in time, Ruskin. They have been out there for the last almost 4 days. And that heat out there, you know, it's tough work. It is a physical demand on the body,
Well, this is not a
on the
good
mind
sign.
as well.
Because I'm looking at the person from the ambulance out there with the stretcher, with the little cut. But it seems as if it would not be needed. As Utley is back on his feet, I think you might have to lift him. You'll have to drag him off the field.
Seems to be cramping a bit.
At this juncture.
See that he's
Yeah,
trying to
nothing
stretch
a
the
little
side
salt prune or
muscles.
something wouldn't help to cure.
Yeah, he probably needs some
Yep.
some salt.
Yep.
Yeah. Having one of those sport drinks to replenish the lost.
Electrolytes there
Yep.
to keep him going. And but this is the stage of the game now where all that hard work could come to naught if they're not able to negotiate things here.
Yeah,
Marcus is out there.
that run out would have been crucial. I thought that there was a bit of misjudgment there. Even though the possibility of 2 was on, I mean, it was a bit too close, and he eventually got run out.
Well, I tell you what also contributed to that run out. If ever you saw how he ran down the wicket and made a big circle before coming back, and that takes up a lot of time. You know, so if he got run out by less than an inch, that big circle there, if he had just dipped and turned back, he would have.
Yeah, well, they always tell you run in a direct straight line. The shortest point between point A and point B is a straight line. So that big arc that he made when grounding for the first run probably, as you said, Ruskin, was the reason for him not making his ground.
So it's going to be Calvin Marcus. And he just got a delivery that really almost rolled at him. And luckily he kept his eyes on it.
Well, what advice would you give Marcus here?
Well, I
Does
suppose
he hold his wicket for Otley to do the attacking?
I think that's the advice. But if you see a delivery you can hit, then
Of
go
course.
hard. And again, because he's come into the crease with that kind of that mindset, he got a full toss there. He could have belted that out the ground. He's bowled him. Or is it on the? He's LBW.
Yep.
I thought it had bowled him, but it hit the pad first, and he is out LBW for no score. A quicker one. So that's good bowling from Bishop.
Well. Can't play back to a delivery that is so well pitched up to you, especially when the wicket is keeping a bit low.
So Jediah Blaze is the last man.
So Bishop has now picked up 4 wickets, Ruskin. So he has ended up with the most wickets so far. Well, he did send down quite a lot of overs. This is his 30th over. 4 for 93.
And if you consider in the first innings he had 2 for 44. So he has 4. Ned had 4 for 59 in that first innings. And together they have really done the job for the academy.
Well, actually, it's not going all the way down to the wire because they are quite a distance away. They're 72 runs off target, and they've got just the last wicket
Think
here
think back to the first day when the last 3 wickets put on 171 runs.
Well, If they can repeat something like that here, it would be a bit of a shocker.
No, I was just thinking the academy, what's the difference in the game?
Yep.
And how that little rally at the end there, but that tail end is the difference now between the two teams.
Well, Bishop looking for 5-wicket haul. He's got a new batsman on strike, so he wouldn't like a better setting than this, Bishop. Here he is, left arm around.
And the Blaze kept him out, and that ends the over. Ends a successful over, and a good over from him. So he ends up with 4 for 93 now.
Some of the academy players are already celebrating because they're telling themselves this last pair can't really get the 72 runs required.
So I think the 15 overs will now begin as we get to 5 o'clock.
Well, did the umpire signal, Ruskin?
Yep.
Okay, well, we got the signal from the umpire, so the final 15 overs will commence here in the last hour's play. So it's not a matter of fact that they don't have enough overs. They have enough overs, that they haven't got any more wickets to come, and they still need a further 72 runs. That is going to be extremely difficult. Otley, 33. He would have to take life into his hands right here and try to go for it. He's got to play some big shots, Keon Otley. I don't think they'd get these 72 runs by him poking around. Goes big.
He's going to take the single. No, he will not.
Doesn't take the single.
He's decided against taking the single this early in the over. So it's now a real cat and mouse scenario here. And Ned not wanting to give too much away, still not flighting the ball generously. He's a little hesitant because you don't want Otley to get under the ball and maybe lift him out of the ground. So he's keeping it at a decent pace and keeping the pressure on, which makes sense, because if you flight it up there, while you might get the wicket, you might also get cleared out to the ground, because this is not a overly big ground. So they're bringing in the last 2 deliveries of the over. He's edging, and that's going to run down to third man for a boundary. They all count.
Oh, well, you're almost certain that Otley was going for a wicket here, because everyone came in to try to keep him from getting a single and going to the other end. Just 2 deliveries had remained at that time, but now it's 1.
So the question is, can he get a single here, or will he go for another big one? And thinking that the man at the other end may not survive, Blaze, may not survive an over. So Otley, who's at 37 now, can he either get the single or get a boundary? He's hit it hard. That's going to run away for 4 runs. But I don't think Young will be too disappointed with that, because he now has Blaze, who's going to take strike for the next over. So Otley trying his best here, but that could very well be his last bit of action with the bat, that is, unless Blaze could somehow negotiate. The way is 322 for 9. And Otley still showing that he has good powers of concentration, but 41 he's at the non-strikers end now. And it's Blaze who is going to have to try to negotiate Bishop. He struck on the pad as a loud appeal, not out, says the umpire.
Yeah, that appeared to be going down leg. But they'd be very enthusiastic out there, so you would expect that everyone would be going up with the appeals now. They need just that one wicket, and they don't mind putting a lot of pressure on the umpire. But clearly from here you can see that just by the shot he was playing, trying to whip it down the leg side, ball hitting him on the front part, which was outside leg stump. He needs to get a single, try to get Otley on strike.
He's watchful. And, so it's a real question being asked of him here now. Does he hold his nerve? He's
Oh,
getting the edge.
that's great.
He won't get the single. Teddy Bishop
Great
just got
effort.
enough
Great
for that.
effort.
Just got a finger to it.
Yep. Well, they brought in another slip. No doubt he'll be looking to get that outside edge again.
It's Naeem Young. And so far, so good for Blaze. Doing his bit. And quicker one is certainly close by, I would imagine. But Bishop still holding that in the up his sleeves. This, if he's not going to quicker one, he's going to give this generous flight. But now they're not going to take the single as the over comes to an end. Boy, how the tables have turned. Blaze is saying, but I could give him a single. But I suppose in the interest of the game, he is doing his part. 322 for 9. A maiden over. So a game that at one stage looked like it was going decisively the way of the academy. CCC fought their way back to 231. They had that 69-run cushion at the academy. They posted 316 for 7 declared and set the CCC 386 to win. And here we are, late on the 4th afternoon, 322 for 9 with the last 15 overs in progress. And again, nothing being given to him. He's not coming up in his arc, so he's not allowed to swing his arms, free his arms.
Well, beside the first match in the first round in this tournament, Ruskin, where there was a rain out or a cow invasion, as we were told, between the Guyana Eagles and the TNT Red Force, once this match finishes in a decisive result one way or the other, all the matches have had
Results.
yes, results, definite results. That is a bit amazing, really.
Otley again, and I think part of the problem for Otley, I think his back is probably aching him a little bit. So he's really he's in some discomfort at this point. So I don't think he's as free as he would like to be to maybe charge down the wicket.
But he's got to take his chances here and now. That's it. You got to go at it. I can't see why you would be hanging around and just poking around. You've got to get 60 odd runs, and you are with your last batting partner. You're the senior man out there. You're on 41 not out, so you've got to take the chance. Oh yeah.
So this is it here now. 323 for 9.
Spin a pressure.
And just missing as the over comes to an end. So a further 63 runs required. Just the last pair now at the wicket, trying to see if they could wrap it up here quickly, the academy.
All win.
So Joshua Bishop 4 for 93, Kadeem Allen 3 for 44. The principal wicket takers so far in this innings, and the academy just 1 wicket away now.
Yeah, a bit of an anticlimax, Ruskin, when we thought that it was going to go all the way down to the wire. But you have to give the CCC a lot of credit. That was a very tall order to get 386 on in the 4th innings to win the game, but they gave it an almighty effort. I thought at the start they got 121 for the first wicket, and then even after the fall of the first wicket, they stayed in the fight. Only probably in the last hour or so, you know, it looked as though that it was swinging decisively in the way of the academy. You know,
And I think it doesn't help right now because Utley is kind of physically incapacitated to some degree. He's not free.
he's still got to give it everything that he has. I don't know how severe whatever injury he has now, how severe it is, but he goes big.
Yeah, I think he's a back pain he's dealing with.
Okay, yeah.
It's just a 1 run. If you notice how he's
He
running,
really
the
seems to
barely
be
run.
struggling, yeah. Those are tired bodies out there, Ruskin. When last you played a full day's cricket?
It's been a while.
It's very demanding, especially at the first class level, and they have been been at it for the last 4 days.
Yeah, it's been 4 long days.
And 4 full days, exactly. I mean, all the other matches finished. Some finished in 2 days and a half a session. Some in 3 days, but this one has gone the entire distance. We are now in the final hour of the 4th day. So those are tired guys out there.
So again, just to quickly recap for you, we did have a little delayed start this morning because of rain. We lost half an hour, and they're making that up at the back end. It may not be necessary, but they see here they're still trying to get the last wicket. They resumed at 72 without loss, with Evelyn on 17 and Puran on 49. Evelyn went for 41, Puran for 88. Sadiq Henry also batted well for his 63. Brooks unfortunately made a duck. Demario Richards made 40. There's another appeal, but again, beaten leg. Richards made 40 before he was LBW to Bishop. O'Dane McCarthy, the concussion substitute, he made 6. Utley is still there, battling away on 43, but he's at the non-striker's end. That time, striking him on the pad again, it's missing leg. Romario Graves, he made 18. Amari Goodrich made 2. Calvin Marcus made a duck, and Jediah Blaze is yet to score. The last man there with Yannick Utley. It's 324 for 9, and they're just churning out these overs now, trying to prize out this last wicket. 4 for 94 now, Bishop.
Well, he'd be hoping that he doesn't get this 100. Bishop sent down quite a lot of overs.
So as the proceedings wind down here, again, as we were telling you, the academy well in control here. They just need a 1 wicket.
Well, we've had some good performances, some good performers out there. I mean, we had quite a few guys who got among the runs, especially Teddy Bishop, the only centurion in the match. But quite a few other guys got to half century. Joshua James, a good 88 by Kamil Puran.
And this is another cut shot, but singles won't do it right now.
Evelyn got some runs as well, a half century. So too did Henry. Motara, we can't forget Motara as the night watchman, who got a 50 as well. Yannick Otley is on 43. This is a big hit and a good bit of fielding here at short mid wicket. And together with Otley's 43 not out at the moment, remember he got a 5-wicket haul as well. So we had some good performances over the 4 days. One thing that I was a bit disappointed with it was the tactical aspect of the teams, both teams. You know, there were quite a few lapses in the field in terms of the tactic. I don't want to say that I'm being, crying down the technical staff, but there was a lot that was left, to be desired from that part of the game. Here's a big hit.
One
Dropping.
wicket.
Oh, that's a great catch.
That's a good catch. Eventually took it, falling down there, and that's Ogis, the substitute. Akeem Ogis making the catch. So it's 324 all out. Yannick Otley finally dismissed for 43.
That was a magnificent catch there. Otley, the man, the final wicket, and that's victory for the West Indies Cricket Academy. It was a hard-fought battle for both teams, and you didn't know until the last half hour who were going to emerge winners. And as it turned out, some quick wickets falling in the last half hour, which enabled the West Indies Academy to pull off a victory here. But we have seen some good performances, some good cricket. The weather was good, it was kind to us, and I thought that everyone enjoyed the cricket. So I would just want to say thanks to our main commentator, Mr. Ruskin Mark, and my fellow commentator, Dave Ryan Dial. Not forgetting our technical staff, Mr. Alwyn Bonio and Mr. Joel Phillip, who did a magnificent job. Ruskin, over to you.
Thank you very much. So that is the situation there as the players make their way off the field. As you could see, Otley just basically barely making it off the field. He's in some discomfort, but he would have had a good game, and I'm sure when they sit and they do their assessment of proceedings, he would have been one of the standout performers for the CCC in this encounter. So a fine result for the Academy as they picked up their second win of the tournament, beating the CCC, the combined campuses and colleges, by 62 runs, and certainly reason to celebrate. Just to give you the bowling figures in this encounter, the combined campuses and colleges eventually getting their second innings score to a good 324, but even that wasn't good enough on the day. With 39 to Evelyn, 88 to Puran, 63 to Henry. Brooks didn't trouble the scorers. 41 to Richards, 43 to Otley. He was the last man out. Caught substitute Ogis off the bowling of Ned. 18 to Graves. Unfortunate run out for him at a crucial time. Goodrich made 1, and Marcus made a duck. Blades was not out in the end. Bishop, 32 overs, 8 maidens, 4 for 93. So a splendid effort on his part, and he deserved his 4 wickets. Lane, he bowled 11 overs, 2 maidens, 45 runs, didn't take a wicket. Young, 8 overs and no maidens, 32 runs and no wickets. Ned also bowled well, 35.4 overs on his part, 5 maidens, and he had 2 for 93. So 2 for 93 for Ashmead Ned. And Kadeem Allen, his 7 overs, no maidens, 44 runs, and he picked up 3 wickets. He was the one who really broke through earlier this morning and creamed off the openers as well as Brooks, and that really set the cat among the pigeons. So the academy were always in the driver's seat, even though the CCC played themselves back nicely with those little partnerships. 41 from Richards, 43 from Utley, just to give them some hope. And of course, Henry with his 63 also kept them humming along, but it wasn't to be in the end. Wickets at 121, 155, 157 for 3, 242 for 4, 256 for 5, 268 for 6, 312 for 7, 314 for 8, 314 for 9, and then finally 324 all out. And that is all she wrote. Victory by 62 runs for the academy, and I'm sure they will be happy to actually they by 61 runs, because they were making it, well, so congratulations to them. And this is where we're going to have to shut it down for today. We probably see you in about 2 weeks' time when the action will resume for the 6th round of the competition. So that's the story here. Some good performances, but at the end of the day, a big win for the West Indies Academy, and but you could say a consolation for the CCC. They certainly pushed them, but came up short in the end. I'm Ruskin Mark. Thanks so much, and we'll see you soon.